Well, everyone. Got some people in here early. Jarrell Boylan, SW, Wordsmith. You know, we got to do the each one teach one. Uh, we got to send out our own alerts. So definitely hit the like button. Share this on your other pages, your Twitter, your Facebook groups, the Alyssa Davis knowledge. You know, your Facebook groups, text message, etc., etc. You know what I'm saying? So, today seems a little bit freestyle, but it's actually, I came up with this topic while thinking about today's degree, too. You know what I'm saying? So this civilization class right here is, can a 5% build without mentioning 120 lessons? You know what I'm saying? Christopher Gooden, God C. Sincere born Asiatic. L7. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, G. We acknowledge you. They don't put us on the alert system. Free to be me. So that's why I'm always saying to hit the like button and share this on your other pages. We got to have our own alert system over here. You know what I'm saying? Smell goods. But that's one of the biggest uh, uh, that's a way that people like to attack 5%ers is by saying the only thing that we know and the only thing that we study is 120 lessons. Mr. H. Carlos Clark. Everybody do the each one teach one. Make sure you hit the like button on the way in. Share this on your other pages because the the you know the YouTube police is not going to send out our alerts like we wanted to get sent out, and then we end up with a whole bunch of people on the What Did I Miss crew. You know what I'm saying? Definitely, if you subscribe, turn on notifications. But what I found out is that YouTube would turn your notifications off. You know what I'm saying? Queen Mecca, Calm Islamly. SW, you hit something on the head right there. That some brothers do spit 120 lessons, right? As if it's a religious doctrine, as if that's you got the Old Testament, the New Testament. Now, you got some brothers that act like 120 lessons is the next testament without realizing that the only next book of life is going to be the ones that you write yourself. That's why we all got our own book of life that we build. You know what I'm saying? West Coast wise. You know what I'm saying? And that was one of the things that I realized too, right? Is that or that I just seen over the time of being on the internet, you know, that, even with people that's 5%, like one of the first things that happened, right, when I started this channel, right, is I'm doing my videos, you know, and then I start going live. You know what I'm saying? And you know, that was one of the first things people did is they go into 120, right? And they find, the story of Yakub, right? And then Yakub is like black on black crime, for a 5%. And you know how you could be talking about police brutality, or you talking about, oppression and repression from the system, right? And that's like the comeback. Well, what about black on black crime? So 5% could be building on any science, and well, what about Yakub though? See, that right there is a that's one of the results of 120 lessons being just put on the internet, just being out like that. See, when you had to qualify yourself, right? You had to qualify yourself by having the prerequisites, right, that it takes to understand these things that's in 120. And see, when you truly understand them, right, and you can see clearly, see, that's what we should say once upon a time. Like a person would quote a degree, right, and then we would say manifest and manifest, or we would say break it down, and that meant to come with your understanding. And see, we can see clearly that look, even people that have mathematics, they see there's a lot of distinctions between us and Muslims. But at the very root, one of the very basic distinctions between us and them is that we have mathematics that go from knowledge to born, and they got mathematics that go from wisdom to Islam. You see what I'm saying? So that changes how you looking at this science. That changes what you're going to be able to draw up. See, that's the thing about supreme mathematics is that right now, people can say what they want to say, right? But look, the universe, is broken down according to the base 10 number system right now. I'm saying that when you go to physics class and they tell you about D equals RT, you know, F equals MA, all of these things is according, you calculating these things according to the base 10 number system. Gravity is calculated, you know what I'm saying, and presented to you through the base 10 number system. The temperature in degrees it is outside, right, is communicated to you through the base 10 number system. This is the supreme mathematics that we have. So, we have a lot of people that said, they can, build or teach, right, without mentioning 120 lessons, right? Now, a lot of brothers that speaking, they're rated a little, we got the first Mr. 120 speaking, you know what I'm saying, SW brothers that got a little bit of experience with this. But for the new people, the newer people, right? How do you do that? How do you build, right? How do you explain these sciences, right, without mentioning 120 lessons? That's not rhetorical. I'm not going to answer yet. That's let me see in the room how many people got a firm grasp on how you build on this, right? Or how you build in general, how you teach without even mentioning 120 lessons. Um, West Coast, well, when you say newer people, you're right. Uh, People got to qualify themselves, whether they feel that they newer or not. But anybody can answer. Anybody can answer. But I'm saying that who's going to benefit the most from this is the people who's just coming in. This is on the way here. The wordsmith said, I think a good 5% will have at least a basic knowledge of most subjects, being that Allah is the all seeing and the understanding of God is beyond the average mortal. Anyone? Bueller? How do you build on the reality of the universe, right? Without mentioning 120 lessons. See, because this, like I said, once upon a time, you didn't even get the science of Yakub until you already had certain prerequisites that it takes to understand it. Karma's normally, this is a good point you make right here. You know what I'm saying? SW as well. Is that, wisdom is not just words, it's also ways and actions. So you're right about that. You know, that's the ultimate of showing and proving. See, a lot of what we do is still showing and telling. In order for you to really prove something, you gotta live it out. You know what I'm saying? You gotta complete the cipher. You see what I'm saying? Otherwise, what you have is evidence. See, evidence is not proof. Enough evidence will provide proof. But see, right now, somebody could steal out of a store, right? And you walked in that store and you got seen on the camera being in the store. So that's evidence against you. It doesn't prove that you did it though. See what I'm saying? But now, if we find the item that was stolen at your house, it's only your fingerprints on it. You don't have, see, now the evidence is stacking up to equal up to proof. You see what I'm saying? But that's still things that can be demonstrated. The God I be said in the beginning of my journey, I always built straight out of the lessons. However, I noticed, however, I noticed that many people could not follow without the proper context. Now, listen, we started out with the wisdom bill degree, right? But uh, you know, wisdom and bill make knowledge out of cipher. And so, see, that's what happens. Anytime you conversing with somebody, right? When y'all got to agree. See, otherwise, you're going to be searching for trillions of years for understanding in this conversation. Like all the way down to, listen, if we don't agree on the language that we speaking and we come to have a conversation and you speaking Spanish and I'm speaking English, we're not going to come to an understanding. So the same thing when you're dealing with 120 lessons, right? You speaking out there in the public, everyone may not have agreed, right, with the science that's going on in there. So now, how do you translate that, right, into a language that they understand? See, that's what the supreme alphabet is about. It's about translating the supreme mathematics into a language that other people can understand. How it said we deal with the science of everything in life. 120 is one interpretation of the science, but we can approach science from multiple angles. This is on the way to what I want to say right here. We're going to keep that in mind in a minute when I manifest what I'm about to say. How that be? So when I completed my master's, I had to write papers without any quotes. I learned how to speak about a point in my own words. You see what I'm saying? Now, a lot of people don't know that there's 5%ers with master's degrees. You know, that there's 5%ers that's doctors, lawyers, and every other profession out there that exists. Teachers, professors, etc., etc. Nah, I just ain't break it down yet. Now, so I gotta post that. Mr. H, you hit something right here too. Implied through subjects relative to 120. All right, you bring up a good point right here because that's where we started from. Now I said if I'm teaching about the 22nd degree and the 140, for example, I'm talking to an 85%. I'm not going to touch on Yakub. You'll lose him. I'll build on eugenics and all that. It's the same principles. All right, now for the newer people, right? I'm about to drop it on y'all because the brothers dropped it on y'all right there. What they said, what the brothers were saying right there about how you build on it is right and exact. But see, sometimes uh, it's like with the English language. Like you know what words mean, but you don't have the real technical definition. You don't have it broken down in that kind of way. So I'm gonna just break it down for you, and you can start making a list. I'm not saying that this list is going to be complete. You know what I'm saying? But you work on your list. You know what I'm saying? But this is how you start, right? When you want to build on the science of the reality of the universe, right? Without speaking on 120, you gotta speak about physics. You gotta speak about chemistry. You gotta speak about biology, algebra, trigonometry, calculus, etc., etc. See, these are the things that the people could agree on. See, when you have proper understanding, right? When you have proper understanding, let's break down the story of Yakub. Yakub, the doctors, the ministers, the nurses, and the cremators, they represent unnatural selection. See, in order for you to have these changes, right, whether they genotypical or phenotypical, right, to that degree, you had to have unnatural selection. Because if people, we was original for thousands of years. How many, whatever number you want to pick, whatever fossil find or whatever civilization you want to trace things back to, right? In the fact that you know uh, there's not really spoken on, right? So far, science hasn't come up with a definitive advantage of white skin. Like, under what condition would it be advantageous for you to have white skin? Now, I have heard of one, you know what I'm saying? Which is that if you live above a certain latitude, that you don't get enough sunlight to produce vitamin D, right? If you got dark skin, because while our skin the darkness absorbs light, it also protects us from certain radiation that's coming from the sun. And so if we in a certain location, right? Uh, you know, is black people is they susceptible to getting something called rickets, which comes from a vitamin D deficiency. You understand what I'm saying? And of course, if your skin is too light, right, and you live, in the equatorial range, you know what I'm saying, you're gonna be susceptible to the other rays, the other radiation that's coming from the sun, besides the visible light, right? That's going to be detrimental to your health. You know what I'm saying? The island of Patmos and the 59,999 followers represent the isolated population that had to exist. Because we can see from right now that if you got these people that's evolving in whatever way, let's say it's Yakub, let's say it's not Yakub, in whatever way that they evolving into white, if you throw one black person into the mix, like if you throw Wesley Snipes into the mix, then we got to start this process all over. So see, this is how you build with people, man. When you in the world by dealing with these sciences, you know what I'm saying? By dealing with the actual history. See, that's what happens when you explaining everything to people, right? From a concept that they don't know anything about. It's going to be hard for them to understand. See, one thing, uh, and shout out to Dumar Wadi. You know what I'm saying? That was my brother right there. And one thing I learned from Dumar Wadi, he was one of the people that showed me how to do that. Is that Dumar can break down the three little pigs in a way that shows and proves the black man is God. He could break down Little Red Riding Hood and show and prove that the black man is God in that story. So now, whatever realm you go in, if you going around with historians, you got to be able to show and prove the black man is God in that world. See, that's part of being the Lord of all worlds, from highest to lowest. I could go in that world and show and prove that the black man is God. So let me tell you something. I think I mentioned this before on one of the lives. Would anyone like me to, the brothers that's been around for a minute, y'all probably already got this down pat. But if you want to see me right now, right, show and prove that the black man is God, right, just scientifically, just going according to the science that's out there. West Coast wise, everybody was amazed by how Dumar broke it down. Everybody. But I guess put one, type one in the chat. If you just coming into this knowledge and you trying to, uh, you know, get a grip on how you explain this without using the lessons. See, because what happens is once you get into the lesson, now you in your world, right? And the other person, they could be Muslim, they could be Christian, they could be whatever. They're gonna start coming from their world. And then y'all never gonna agree. Y'all gonna search for trillions of years for understanding that y'all ain't never gonna come to. All right, so we got a few people, right? So what we gonna look at, right? We're gonna look at the science. What the science tells us, right? Now, what the science tells us is that it's four basic forces in the universe. You know what I'm saying? Uh, Electromagnetism, gravity, strong nuclear force, and weak nuclear force, right? Those are the four forces. We got energy, we got matter. Now, where they all came from, this is not a part of science. See, now you're getting in, once you try to personify things and what they call it, anthropomorphize and all of this type of stuff, we're not going to get into that. We're just going to deal with what the science tells us, right? That's the energy, right? And then we have atoms, which is the matter. And so everything that's in this reality of the universe that we exist in right now, that we know about, right, was formed by and consists of those five things. That's at the root of it. You know what I'm saying? All the planets, you know, like you said, the stages of matter, solids, liquids, gases, you know, my alkaline water, it all comes from those five things, right? So now, this part right here, people could say is a little bit of opinion. You know what I'm saying? But of all the different combinations, right? Of all the different ways that those five things combine, right, to form the universe around us, the highest level, right, the most supreme of all those combinations is life. Now, of all the life that we know about, right, man is the highest elevation of life. Is everybody with me? How they say it on Main Gene channel? Check, check. Now, of all the forms of life, like I said, man is the highest. And of all the forms of man, the black man and the black woman is the highest. Now, I'm going to give some reasoning here, right, of why I said that life is the highest, right, and that the black man and the black woman is the highest. Because according to the science, right, they came from us, but we could have never come from them because our blackness, right, us being black could have never been a recessive trait within them. See, they came from us, but we never could have came from them. Now, there's many reasons, but we just going to stick with, we're going to keep it simple, right? So now you know, a lot of people would say, well, the earth is, the sun. How could you be greater than the sun? See, because the sun is only subject to those laws. Like the sun can't decide, you know what? I'm gonna just travel a couple billion miles over there on its own. Yeah, it's traveling, but it's only responding. You know what I'm saying? It's only responding to the forces that's around it. It doesn't have a consciousness of its own where say, yo, you know what? I'm gonna get a little bit hotter tomorrow. I think I'm just get a little bit hotter tomorrow. You understand what I'm saying? Smell goods. Hold on. Hold up. It's electromagnetism. I told you how to get your paper out. It's electromagnetism, gravity, strong nuclear force, weak nuclear force, and atoms. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, they can only respond to those forces. See, man, right? Gravity says that you got to stay on the ground. But see, man can build an airplane and defy that. See, according to just the forces that we know about, you know what I'm saying, the different things, it's certain temperatures, right? Where uh uh you know, man, we not supposed to we not physically built to exist there. But see, we could build coast, we can make fire. You see what I'm saying? We can control and manipulate. See, right now, the sun is just subject to its life cycle. It's just subject to the forces in the universe. You know what I'm saying? Like there's suns that's bigger than our sun. And if our sun got too close to it, it would just be subject to whatever that other sun wants to do. But see, and we don't want to go all the way. That's a whole other topic. But see, just because another dude is bigger than me, I got things I can handle that. So when we deal with that science, right, like that, and we say that God means the supreme being. See, scientifically, right there, right, just according to the science, I just showed you how the black man and the black woman, right, is the most supreme beings in the universe. Now, after that, we're going to go a little more into the philosophical realm because this is one of the issues that happens, right? See, I went all the way back to the basic elements of the universe, right? And we proceeded all the way up to man, man meaning the consciousness and the physical body. So now this is another issue that people have with the 5% mindset, right? Is okay, so now what do you identify yourself as? Do you identify yourself as the last thing in that chain? Meaning the last thing, right? When we went from the basic elements of the universe, right, all the way up to man, the last thing in that chain is the body. So most people is identifying themselves with the last thing in the chain, which is the body. But see, as 5%, we identify ourselves, right, as those five basic elements. We take it back to the foundation. And that's who we are. But look, they do that in the other in every other thing too. When you deal with signs, what they do, they break you down into the, look, you got this chemical in your body. Look, you need to eat this right here so you can get this chemical. You understand what I'm saying? Here, take this medicine right here so it can replenish that chemical. They could tell you how much volts. You know what I'm saying? I don't know the number. Somebody look it up if that's what you want to do. But they could tell you how much volts is running in your nervous system. That's how science goes back to classifying. When you go into Christianity, what they tell you, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. That you came from these basic elements and you go return to these basic elements. To see I could go in that world and show and prove what I got to show and prove. See? I know what the people is thinking. I can show and prove the white man is the devil too. Through the law of entropy, which is, if I'm not mistaken, the third law of thermodynamics. Because I see these things, all around us. Wait, see, I've been thermodynamics. I'm pretty sure entropy is the third law of thermodynamics. And see, that basically says, right, that there, there's different applications of it, but it basically says that if something comes from something else, then it's still that thing, but less. So, for instance, let's say you got, right, and you know there's a fire on one side of the wall, right, and you touch the wall on the other side where the fire is not. The wall is going to be hot, but not as hot as the side with the wall on it, because the wall itself is absorbing some of the heat. So in order for them to be grafted from us, yeah, they still man, but not like us. Who's this? Shanika Booker. Welcome to the channel. Got a couple new people. Do the each one teach one. Hit the like button. Subscribe if you're new. You know what I'm saying? But we ran through some things. We ran through some things there. You know, we got any questions? Do we have any questions on what you said? Is Ratio TV still around? I don't even know who that is. You see, this is how you gotta learn how to move through all these different worlds. This is how you move through all these worlds and born understanding in every one of them. See, all the things in 120 that people is a little bit, uh, like I said, that it's people act like you pulling out a card or something when you say. See, this is what I'm saying. When you start getting into their, uh, their mankind, with it, see that's when you start getting a little more philosophical. Now, there's realms that you can speak like that, but that's a part of wisdom. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm not getting it neither. Thick burrito. I'm not. I'm not. But see, I've been not getting vaccines. You know, I've been on it like this since the early '90s. You know, uh, my oldest son is is yeah, he's 26 now. You know what I'm saying? He don't got immunizations. So I'm not new to the. I'm not taking immunizations. Yes, I'm not taking them. You know what I'm saying? But that. But you see, that's why I don't be that worried about it. I'm not that worried about people like is this and the vaccine is that. Okay, that's like if you tell me the pig is salty today, I'm not going to be eating the pig. So why am I worried about it? You know what I'm saying? To a certain degree, I didn't even take the time to study all the things that's in it and how it's made and all of that because I wasn't going to take it anyway. You see what I'm saying? Now, of course, even with that, depending on the world that you're speaking in, the people that you're speaking, right? Divine knowledge, peace, right? Now, we guys, so we speak from one perspective. You know what I'm saying? Now, look, you could break it down scientifically why you don't want to take it. This new science that you're dealing with the RNA, right? Being a messenger to the cells and causing your cells to react a certain way. This is a new process. I'm not the guinea pig. So you could go through that scientifically, right? You could also go through it historically. Tuskegee experiment. I'm not the guinea pig. But now, at the end of the day, what does all that mean? You know what I'm saying? To, you as a new 5%. You know what I'm saying? Or a young 5%er or somebody that's just growing and developing in this, right? Somebody, Kendall Rowland said, my cousin just took the flu vaccine and she doesn't feel good. I mean, hopefully that's just a temporary thing. But when you are, uh, a person who's just coming in, you just developing in the knowledge, right? What does this mean? You know what I'm saying? How do you, now, well, I already said what it means, but how do you put this into activation? See, uh, SW, West Coast wise, I don't want y'all answering this question. But where is this in the lessons? The guy that be said the only issue is they would try to stop us from being able to get food, clothing, and shelter unless we take it. You know, that's a bridge I'll have to cross when I get there. You know what I'm saying? I'm not doubting what you're saying. I'm just saying that, we'll have to handle that. You know what I'm saying? But who's this people you said? Rod OTV? Razari OTV? No, I don't know who's that. They on YouTube? Bill Gates put in writing that the population must be reduced by 10 to 15%. Now, the way I draw that up to my knowledge is Bill Gates has taken on this is um I'm pretty sure is David Rockefeller. I don't think it's Nelson. I think it's David Rockefeller is the one who championed this population control thing that uh that somehow the world population was going. Oh, Jason Rosario TV. No, matter of fact, I check the guy channel out. I haven't got a chance to check it. I check it when I get off here because that's all I watch. I don't watch it, but that's a Rockefeller thing. You know what I'm saying? And the basic science of that is, look, we only need so much labor, and everybody else is just, they're a cost to us for us having to take care of them. You understand what I mean? Because we don't have jobs for them. We don't have no use for them. You know what I'm saying? You know, to a certain degree, prisons is population control. We don't have no use for all those black men. Like right now, if they let everybody out of jail, those other 2 million people, how many people you got unemployed now? You understand what I'm saying? Right, Henry Kissinger and all these people in the '70s. But I'm telling you, that's a Rockefeller uh, kind of idea. Because, like I said, the two things, right? Number one is we don't want to take care of you. You understand what I'm saying? Remember, that's been a part of everything since, the Industrial Revolution. We don't need to take care of these slaves. We don't need to be building no shack behind our house for them because of the second reason that a mass of people, right? The masses of the people coming together against a small percentage of the people is the most dangerous thing that they fear. When you're dealing with people who is already, we say it's 10%, but right now they say it's 1%. 1% of the people do not need 70, 80% of the people coming against them. And so this is another reason why they come with the population control thing. But they try to explain it through, yo, it's not going to be enough food and the earth cannot sustain these people. Listen, if the earth couldn't sustain those people, they wouldn't be here. Yeah, you're right, Watts. Then sidetrack me from the question. Ain't nobody answering the question. You know, everything that I was building on, right, in the beginning, right? Where is that in the lessons? Anyone? Anyone? Do we have some wild guesses? A couple wild guesses, maybe. Where is the where it tells you in the lessons, right? That you got to know physics, you got to know chemistry, you got to know biology, you got to know algebra, you got to know trigonometry, you got to know history, you got to know calculus. Where where does it tell you that in the lessons? Because see, it's gonna when you realize where it is in the lessons, right? It's going to help you, right, with your endeavors, in terms of living this out and in terms of teaching this. Bingo, the God I be. What is the meaning of civilization? It tells you in there, you got to know the science of everything in life. One, having knowledge, wisdom, understanding, culture, refinement is not a savage pursuit. Pardon me. The I don't know how I got caught up with you. The knowledge build degree is to teach he who is savage civilization, righteousness, the knowledge of himself, and the science of everything in life, which is love, peace, and happiness. You see, you got to know all these different sciences because, see, when you know those different sciences, right, then it shows your civilization. It shows how much how much knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, culture, and refinement you have. Especially right when you've built something through this. When you've built something, when you went from one, just yourself, having knowledge, wisdom, understanding, culture, and refinement, right, and not being a savage pursuit of happiness, right, to a society or something, or building something that society can bear witness to with the third eye and with the naked eye. So if the first thing in the science of all of that, right, the first thing in the science of civilization is what? Anybody can answer that. We can bring the older brothers can come back online now. The first thing in civilization is what? It's not. So you here to tell these people that you got this civilization, you got this culture that's based on knowledge. You got to have that knowledge. See, because you got everything. I just heard Bro say he got we said he had like a hundred something questions to ask a 5%. See, this is what people do, man. This is why I keep telling y'all, man. 120 lessons is not our doctrine. See, we got 120 lessons, right? It's because 120 lessons in the study of 120 lessons is how Allah came to the realization of who He is. Yeah, Lord Albert. And so instead of holding the wisdom above our head, right? He was just teaching us that He was God. He was teaching us that we was God. So what? He gave us the same thing what He had, right? However, He gave us the step up. He gave us the step up of having the supreme mathematics. See what I'm saying? Because see, we often speak in the terms of an individual. As an individual, we speak about swimming our 9,000 miles. But see, as a people, we swim in 9,000 miles too. In the degree, they talk about all 17 million people. See, right now, we in the situation we in because look, we had like a bad 700 years. It's been like a bad, it's been really bad, you know, 600-700 years. It's been rough. So now, you know, when so you come up to a 5%, okay, yeah, we know who we are now, but we still at the end of a bad 600 or 700 years. Did I get the knowledge? You know what I'm saying? I had the knowledge, a year, I had the knowledge a couple months, a couple years, even a decade. You still got to undo those 700 years. But see, each person, right, that comes in the mix, if they do what they supposed to do, they chip some of them years off. To see right now, you can do the knowledge to me, right? And that takes 34 years off. Like with the things what I learned, things that I've uh, seen and activated on to correct the damage that's been done over that time, you don't gotta do that now. Like what I'm building on now, it took me, this is a culmination of all that time, right, that I've been studying. To see it took me, years, months, and days, decades, to be able to break down the degrees and be able to break down these concepts and principles, right? Like I was doing in the beginning of the class, right? But now I told it to you, you can skip all that time. I've been in the wood. I got a little 250 miles in. Still a long way to go. But somebody, each one teach one. Everybody got to do their duty. All I can tell you is that you got it. When my time's up, when it's over and I can't swim no more and I sink to the bottom, somebody else gotta take the lead. You see what I'm saying? Like when the birds be flying in their formation, you know, this dude at the front, he's getting tired because he's hitting the air. He's getting more resistance. That's one of the reasons they fly like that. Is because it's less resistance to the people to the ones in the back. Eventually, this guy gets tired. Somebody else got to pick that up, and then the people that come after them, they'll benefit from that degree of progress that person made. But it only works if we teach. You see what I'm saying? And you can't teach if you can't get in the heads of the people. You can't teach if you can't go in every world and relate to those people. See, that's where a lot of times people, not just 5%, but in general, they waste their time, in judgment of the people that they got to teach. Yo, man, these kids is crazy, man. You can't tell them nothing. No, 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 no. You crazy. It's your responsibility to be able to break things down in a form where they can learn it. So, like I said, in the knowledge born degree, right? The degree tells you about the duty of the teacher. The Bible verses tell you about the duty of the student. But what comes first? The duty of the teacher. You already know who you're teaching. It said, teach he who is savage. So who you expect? Who you expect? But like I said, if we have any questions, you know, I like to, I like to, I look at it that, I'm so crystal clear. You know what I'm saying? I'm so crystal clear when I build. You know what I'm saying? That I leave nothing. I leave nothing to be desired. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't have questions because I manifest completely. But yeah, I just put the link in there for anyone who might want to come in and ask their question that way. Divine Knowledge said these devils are dealing with reverse psychology because they are dealing with genetic annihilation, and they know this because of their recessive gene. And being that they know this, they see the planet getting darker, meaning it's going back to the original. Anyone? Anyone? Questions? You know, uh, but that's another thing. You know what I'm saying? You got so many scientists out here now that a lot of things, you know, y'all get exposed to a lot more. Like we didn't have a supreme understanding. You know what I'm saying? We didn't. We didn't have Encyclopedia Brown. We didn't have Star Bell and all these different brothers that wrote books and did all this research, and they got channels and everything. You know what I'm saying? You know, so for us, we when we had a question, we had to go see the brothers. You know what I'm saying? So you know, that's a great um, accomplishment. That's a great achievement. You know what I'm saying? For those brothers as individuals and for us as a nation, you know what I'm saying? But, uh, you know, that is one of the changes that I've seen, for the better. You know what I'm saying? But back in the days, when we had a question, we had to come down to the school, you know what I'm saying? Or go amongst certain brothers, older brothers or whatever that had a little more grasp on this. And so, we had our questions, when I saw brothers, I already knew what I was gonna ask them when I ran into them. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, uh, you know, uh fortunately for me, you understand what I'm saying? I had the good fortune to grow up with brothers like Dubois, you know what I'm saying? Uh, Universal, you know what I'm saying? Um, brothers whose wisdom was precise. And you know how you be at your house and you be cutting something, and then you see a chef on TV and they, you know, I grew up around brothers who saw Ginsu's. You know what I'm saying? And they challenged me to be that way. You know what I'm saying? I couldn't come around them and be talking for 10 hours to get my point across. You know what I'm saying? That was actually a jewel. You know what I'm saying? Big Head Colleen dropped that jewel. Is that at 20, right? You talk for 10 minutes and it'd be like a firecracker pop. He said by the time you got to 29, you could say one sentence and it'd be like, boom. That's what happens. You know, if you're doing what you're supposed to be doing. Because you got to remember, man, as you going out there, you got to actually hone the skills to be teaching, man. You got to develop the skills to be teaching. You know, nobody, yeah, some people got more magnetic than others. You know what I mean? You know, some people just, they the type of person people follow. You know what I'm saying? Whatever it is. Yo, look, I'm about to jump in this river right here. I'm about to jump out this window. I'm back in the day, your parents say, look, if your friends jump off the bridge, would you jump off the bridge too? If it's the right friend, a lot of people would. So yeah, you got some people like that. But to actually say you getting into people's heads and doing teaching, that's a skill you gotta develop. It's not, don't feel bad because the first day you trying to tell people, yo, this thing is great. Nah, it's when you really have the ability to manifest the greatness. That's when you're going to see that your words have more effect. We got West Coast Wise here in the background. Let's bring in West Coast.
Peace, everyone. Yeah, but something that I've been doing to when I first got it, and can you hear me, G?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So one of the first things that I did when I first got it was try to give it to my friends, my bros and stuff, kind of like Black Messiah did. What he did was he connected or try to share this with his inner circle. So that's the same thing I did. Didn't work out the same. So one of the things that I did was, I know that I have to connect with the youth and teach the youth. So I experimented on my nieces and nephews. These are some of the young kids that need this type of information, but I don't hit them with 120. I hit them with some of the things that I got before, the 5 powers of observation, 6 principles of learning, stuff like that. And then, yeah, peace, Jarrell. Peace, Queen Mecca. Peace, everyone. But yeah, so I would hit them and not necessarily go into the degrees, but just listen to what they're going through, their everyday issues and all that, and build with them like that. So that I can get a temperature of, the youth today by reaching out to my nieces and nephews and some of their friends. So that's something I did.
Yeah. But that's one of the key things, from the foundation. You know what I'm saying? In terms of a lot of teaching the babies, is that you actually gotta, like, we used to have uh Supreme. You know what I'm saying? Brothers that used to be named Supreme, or brothers that had the name Supreme at one time. You know what I'm saying? One of the ways they would tell you what that means is that they got the soup that tastes like ice cream to the babies. You understand what I mean? So it's soup, meaning that it's healthy and it got all the nutrition, right? But it's still attractive to the baby. See, that's what we do a lot of times. We get into this real complicated high science of things, right? And we forget that the people that we really need to be getting this to is not interested in any of that. You see what I'm saying? You get used to speaking to other scholars who's into that. You know what I'm saying? It's like if you talk about football with somebody that's not in sports. Like, dude, I don't want to. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you want to tell me about Jim Brown, okay, I don't want to hear that he got or he retired with the highest amount of yards. You know what I mean? Now, if you tell me how he was in LA, you know what I'm saying, working with the youth, you know what I'm saying, working with the gangs, trying to, broker certain peace, trying to, help those brothers improve their life or whatever. Okay, now I'm interested in that type of stuff. You understand what I mean? Depending on the person. You know, these are the things. Alaikum salam, man. You in the What Did I Miss crew heavily today. You know, Alaikum salam said from in light of your question in the title, I would like to say that it depends on what each person wants from that relationship. Uh, the first hour, you know what I'm saying? I don't wanna overblow myself here. But the first hour was very powerful today. You're gonna have to go back to the first hour and see how we developed that. You understand what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, you have to be able to speak right without going through 120, because being the Lord of all worlds, right? Every world you go into, people don't know 120. You see what I'm saying? And so in order for you, see me, one, just like somebody said earlier, uh, you know, uh, uh, you can demonstrate this knowledge, through actions, and not just verbally. And that was one of my very first ways to teach, is that whenever I did something that, you know, kind of like attracted the people, where the people was like, yo, that that was fire. How you did that? I would tell them mathematics, man, having the knowledge of self. You understand what I'm saying? Knowledge, what's that? Okay,
That's
now
how
I
you
got your
hook them.
attention. Now I can start to build with you. You understand what I'm saying? That was one of the things I did, but that's another language. You know what I'm saying? Body language is a language. Body language is a form of communication. You understand what I mean? And that's a way that you can show prove, you can show and prove the principles and values, right, of this nation, right, and of supreme mathematics and supreme alphabet without even saying a word. You know what I'm saying? That's a particular word. That's a particular world. You see what I mean? Because see what happens, like I was saying earlier, is you invite people into your world, right? And a lot of people is coming in to quit. Listen, this is just a part of something. Take it or leave it. The history of 120 lessons is that you have to be qualified. I'm talking about going back to the mosque. Not everybody in there had 120 lessons. And coming into this knowledge, when I came in, yeah, you had to be qualified. You understand what I mean? But the thing is, you wasn't qualified or disqualified by the doctor. You was qualified or disqualified by your own ways and actions. You understand what I'm saying? If you was going and putting in the time, putting in the time, studying your lessons, you know what I'm saying? Putting in the time, going to the ciphers, you know. And when I say going to the ciphers, I mean, there was ciphers literally if you came out your house, you know what I'm saying, to go to the corner store, there were ciphers. But I'm saying there were certain places where, okay, if you go through there, it's going to be heavy hitters. Like the signs that's dropped over there, there's certain places where you went that you never left there without learning something. You know what I'm saying? If you put in that type of time, then you qualified yourself. You know what I'm saying? If you put in the type of time, like I said, one of my first things that, brought about my blessings in this knowledge, right, is that I was always teaching. From the first day that I got exposed to the math, I gave it to somebody else. before I even knew the rules. I didn't tell them about fasting 3 days and none of that yet. You understand what I'm saying? I already was giving it out. So the people, the brothers, the older brothers saw that, okay, we need to give this brother the knowledge, because as long as he got it, it's going to exist. And so whenever I came around, brothers would, pull me to the side or pull me into their cipher. Yo, how you doing? Boo, 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 boo. Yo, let's go over here, gotta get a sandwich. Or yo, that was something that happened. You know what I'm saying? Remember I tell you the other day, was a brother that said, he used to always tell us, everything we doing and saying is being recorded on audio and videotape. This brother named Positive Influence. And that thing happened one day where, I came around here, filled out the signs, boom, boom, we started building. It's like, yo, let's go around here to Kentucky Fried Chicken, right? So we went to Kentucky Fried Chicken and we got like the breast in the leg or the thigh in the leg, whatever it was, right? It was a 2-piece. And he gave me the big piece of chicken. You know what I'm saying? And as a little kid coming, the world was, we talking about 1980s New York, son. It wasn't like that. I was like, yo, 75% is all right. Like, that was something. I was like, yo, I like these brothers, man. You know what I mean?
Hey, G, I got a question for you. You there?
Yeah, I don't know. I think we might
You
need to
there?
tone it. We might need to tone it down or something. I don't know. I don't know what just happened right there, but maybe we going in. Maybe it's time for me to let someone else talk. I don't know what's going on.
Exactly. Recorded in audio, like you said.
Yeah. I'm on. Yeah, that's
Oh,
it.
what's the average age of the people in your class now compared to when you first started?
Much older. That was actually something that I saw. It came up in Sunya's class the other day. You know what I'm saying? Uh, about how many people that's older now that's getting the knowledge, you know what I'm saying, or that's coming around being interested. And you know, I'm older now, you understand what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Uh, you know, uh yeah, I'm still explosive, you know what I'm saying? But I'm not as fiery as,
Yeah.
once upon a time. Like, I'm not coming to your house to see if you know your degrees and all that type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? You know. So, but see, I still have some of my, my sensibility hasn't really changed. To where it's like, yo, where you been? You know what I'm saying? Like, if you coming around now and you like my age, I know you heard, son. So tell me the truth, man. What happened? You had the knowledge and then you fell victim. You know what I mean? What was it? Like, if you my age, there has to me, you somebody who couldn't cut it. You somebody that for whatever reason, back in the days, you couldn't cut it. You know what I'm saying? You couldn't, maybe I should, the fire, the burning bush, because that's how we used to look at the cipher. You know what I'm saying? The cipher is like the burning bush. You understand what I'm saying? You know, the flames in the burning bush was too hot for you then, right? What makes you think it cooled down? Did it? You understand what I'm saying? Like this now, see, even that, don't get me wrong, that's what the school is there for.
because nobody's doing the universal beatdowns.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Well, all of these types of things like that start to change over. Now all of a sudden we got other people that's coming thinking they can make it. You know what I'm saying? And the other thing is that, listen, you know, uh, people that's older, they mostly come into the knowledge for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? They not realizing, they're going through whatever degrees of trials and tribulations, but they like, yo, son, I knew I should have listened to the guys. You know what I'm saying? And now they want to pay attention. You understand what I'm saying? But you know, do they really understand that? Nah, this is you signing up for work here, son. You understand what I'm saying? You're not signing up. This is not vacation. We ain't going to Aspen, Colorado. We're not going to the Mediterranean, son. We going to the front line to get busy.
We ain't charity work, man.
You understand what I'm saying? And do the people see now? Sunya has brought up a good point. Is that those people who come around at that age? You know what I'm saying? If they got children, you know what I'm saying, and things of that nature, where it's like, okay, it might be a little late for you, but you can still influence your children with this. You understand what I'm saying?
Indeed.
There and there have been quite a few brothers that they brought that up. You know what I'm saying? Because y'all seen when people come in, I always ask them, "What you doing here?" You know what I'm saying? And quite a few brothers have said that yo, I missed out on this knowledge, but I want my seeds to have it. You know what I mean? So that's why I came in order to learn. But my point is, you come into the school where everything is kinder, gentler. This is a street science. This is a science for you to be out there affecting the masses. It's
Mm-hmm.
not for you to hang around in school with all of us with supreme wisdom, and then we like the 23 scientists up in there, but don't nobody know what we dealing with. You got to be out there. You see what I'm saying? And see, that's what happens. See, like I said before, see, that's one of the reasons, that's one of the things that mellowed me out. Is that, see, at the class, when a person comes into class, right, they're already saying, look, I don't know. You understand what I'm saying? I'm here to learn. That's already, just by them doing that. You see what I mean? So now, for me to get on this bombing shit is really just me grandstanding now. You understand what I mean? Now I'm holding the wisdom above people's heads. You see what I mean? As opposed to when you out there on the street, everybody got to be on the square. You see what I'm saying? Everybody got to be on the square. Who you are, what you about. If I had another way, if I could just press a button and a bubble pop up over your head to say who you are and what you about, I might not take you through it. But being that I don't have that button, how you see the age math, black man? You understand what I'm saying? And,
What's
and,
your
and
what's your age limit? Like the oldest that you would teach? Because I was told, not to teach anyone older than you for certain reasons.
mm-hmm. Yeah, because see, in order for a person to save your life, right, you gotta listen. See, that's one of the things, like, because I was watching what's the name, and this is a Hotep channel. You know
Hotel.
what I'm saying? Yeah, we gotta do that disclaimer before we go into that. But I was watching uh something about where it was these women saying that the black man doesn't protect them. You know what I'm saying? And I disagree with the statement, first of all. You know what I mean? However, one of the points I was making, or nah, I didn't make it because I didn't say that on there, but one of the points that came to my mind, right, is that in order for somebody to protect you, you gotta listen. It don't matter where you at. Like in order for the Secret Service to protect the president, right? If they say, listen, this route which you wanted to go, yeah, this shit is too open, son. Snipers could be all over. You can't go that route. You gotta go this route. The president has to listen. If he go that route and get shot, he can't turn around and say you didn't protect me. If you go outside, you know what I'm saying? Look, even if you in jail and you want protection for certain people, and they tell you, yo, listen, don't come to the yard today, son. Or look, only get on the phone when you see me over there. You know what I'm saying? When it's my time, I'm gonna let you get some of my spot. But you go over there on your own and something happened, then you can't say I didn't protect you. But see, feminism tells women you don't have to listen. You don't need to listen, and in some cases, listen, actively rebel, you know what I'm saying, let alone listen. So it's the same thing, you know what I'm saying? Once a person comes into the knowledge and, I tell you, yo, study those lessons, and you like, yo, man, grown ass man, how you gonna tell me what to do? All right, get the fuck out of here. You're no longer, you're not, you know, you know how they go fishing and they catch a fish and for whatever reason they had to throw it back? Go back, son. Go back. Whatever it is, you got more growing to do, but you ain't going in my bucket. You understand what I'm saying? So that's one of the
Fish
reasons.
ain't big
Yeah,
enough.
that's one of the reasons.
They're not
Yeah,
ready.
why it's difficult to teach people that's older than you, because in order for that to happen, the person got to listen. So that's what I'm saying. That's the difference between you get the knowledge at knowledge power, right? You come into the rally, God, do more niggas in their 30s, God. You understand what I'm saying? First of all, you doing that because they older dudes. And they fly, son. You trying to be like them. When the guys come through, man, the way they got things locked down, you like, yo, man, I'm trying to, yo, God, put me on. You see, once you got people, yo, man, well, I got my own understanding. You see it like you see it, I see it. Get the fuck out of here. You know what I'm saying? So in a way, I guess it's not even age. It's just mentality. You know what I'm saying? Once your mentality get to that point, it's not gonna work out. You understand what I'm saying? Just like see this brother right here he said growing up in Cali, I didn't have the exposure. Just glad I came into it when I was, right? That's what I'm saying. That's why they recruit the young kids into the gang. Because once I get to the point where I'm like, hey, son, fuck you, nigga. I'm not doing your fucking dirty work. All right, son, you got to get the fuck out of here. You understand what I'm saying? No matter what way of life it is. You understand what I mean? If you go to school and you get to the point where you don't want to listen, dude, you got to bounce, man. You expelled. So, that's one of the problems, The other issue I seen is you know, you reach a certain age and your value system becomes set. Right. Jason Rosario TV said same with the military. You know, that's why they need the young kids. They don't need nobody in there to tell them, yo, look, this is the way I make my bed. This is the way I've been making my bed. So, I'm not changing it.
The
Like,
cutoff is at 35.
yeah, you got to go. You know what I'm saying? People might think that cutoff is just because physically you can. Nah, nah, nah. It's because mentally you got to be able to listen, man. District 128, where I was in Illinois, I ain't hear or seen none of this, but I was always into deeper sciences and diving. Well, uh, the cavalry, we got there when we could. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? We we got the knowledge here. Took us some time to get out to some of y'all other locales. You know what I'm saying? But we, eventually we put our head to the grindstone and we got it done. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I kind of got the same story. Like I grew up in Seattle, and I didn't get introduced to this in the teenage years. And I know I would have loved this because I was battling everybody when I was a teenager. I was fiery. I was like fiery Malcolm. And it's yeah, but it's crazy. I never heard of it because I was like really into Malcolm and his whole transformation with the Nation of Islam. And yeah, can't believe I didn't see the connection or something like that.
Hmm. Yeah, but that's why we don't deal with those types of people, man. You know what I'm saying? And like I got sidetracked a little bit, but it's something else that got to deal with your value system, right? Where,
Mm-hmm.
see, for me, the knowledge of self is the measuring stick for everything. Like if you tell me something that I never heard of, right? I'm going to refer to the knowledge of self, right? And then if that don't coincide with the knowledge of self, then what you're saying is shaky. You see what I'm saying? Now, for once you reach a certain age and your value system is set, now you're looking for the knowledge to validate the things that you already know. You're using the things that you already know. And then if we tell you something in the knowledge of self and it don't coincide with what you learned with Dr. York and NOI and et cetera, now you like, oh well that's shaky right there. You see what I'm
That's
saying?
space. That's space.
So
Yep.
that's another reason to me, you know, you stop becoming, you stop becoming the raw material. You understand what I'm saying? It's like somebody then already refined you as a diamond. You see what I mean? And now it can't really, this is what it is. So, yeah, but I can't really say I have a cutoff, you know what I'm saying? You know, uh, I do have some things, you know what I'm saying? Like for instance, I don't like when people that came up with me, you know what I'm saying? Like I had a brother like that. He came in my class and shit, you know. And I mean, he got the knowledge a couple years after me, but we used to be at the school together. And literally, he used to be there more than me. Like this brother, he used to be there. He used to work with Colleen, so he's there all day. Like I'm used to be outside doing what I'm doing, and then I come around to school when I'm finished with that. And he used to be there. Firstborn Prince, Big Head, Colleen, Dumar. Look, you name it. Save your knowledge. You know what I'm
Big
saying?
head Colleen, huh?
He's there with all the yeah. He's there with all the people, son. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like, yo, what you expect me to tell you? Like we got the knowledge. You first look, man. Don't come in here talking about you lacking and you trying to get your shit back together because you know what you got to do. Were you expecting me to tell you something different? Were you expecting me to just, you know, be your friend? So now you want to come back around and, maybe now you don't got to study your lessons and be on point because you rock with me. Nah, nigga, ain't no name dropping in this. Ain't no name dropping in this, man. The only time people ask you about who gave you the knowledge is after you done qualified or disqualified yourself. Meaning you come into the site of your peace, God, you know what I'm saying? Where you from? Y'all used to age mad, right? Now let's say you surpass this.
Damn,
Okay,
G,
we
what
back
happened?
now. You know. Now listen. Hey man. I think we gotta start. Remember that man, we had that conversation about your favorite sodas? I think we gotta have a whole live on that. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? But like I said, let's say you superb with your knowledge, right? You superb. Let's be like, damn, God, you on point, God, who gave you the knowledge? You understand what I'm saying? Or you don't know none of your degrees, God. Like we don't remember the night I do a lot with manifest, and we go back and back and back. Yo, son, what gave you the knowledge? You understand what I'm saying? That's when that got spoken. But it never came up like, yo, I'm wise Prince of Law from the line of firstborn prince. Nah, nobody's what? Oh, you in trouble now, son. You listen, listen. Get the Bunsen burner, man. We about to turn the heat up on son right here. You know what I'm saying?
I was just about
So
to ask you,
we about to experiment.
tracing back the trees is still important. Right quick, Kendall Rowland. Yeah, that's true. Just because of the black community's population here isn't that big. It's like 7%. So there is a lot of interracial relationship. But like I was saying, the whole tracing back your tree. Do you still think that's important? Because I do.
Say it again.
The
Say it
tracing
again.
back your tree.
Yeah, I think it's important. Because especially because like I said, see, I didn't realize that at the time. You know what I'm saying? But eventually this is gonna be history. You understand what I'm saying? This is gonna be the record of how things become whatever they grow into. You know what I'm saying? And also because, like I said, there's a lot of levels to this. Like, yeah, there's a level. Like right now, we dealt with the lesson. But like I said, being in knowledge, man, being a 5% is an experience. It's not just a papers that you get. It's not a set of degrees that you know. It's not something that like you got people like, yo, tell me the 5% stuff. Saying you not understanding, saying
Yeah, you gotta live it.
you not
Woo!
understanding. Yeah, this is an experience. So dealing with that, you know, this is something that I said a long time ago, right? Is that you got the nation, right? Wherever, we're not getting into that topic, but like I'm saying, you got the nation of gods and earths, right? And then you got the family of gods and earths. You understand what I'm saying? Like you got
Mm,
all types of
yep.
people out there on the internet. Like, see, the same way I heard the gang brothers speaking where they say, listen, you got gang members and then you got gang bangers. You understand what I mean?
Yep.
You got people that son, we put in work together, and then you got other dudes that they around, they rock our color. You know what I'm saying? They might have got involved in a few things, but they didn't not really grow up with us. They didn't, you understand what I mean? So it's the same thing that I look at where you got the nation. You know what I'm saying? Like you got people who have heard of Dumar YD. You know what I'm saying? You got people that, yeah, or you might have came to a rally and had a conversation with them. You understand what I'm saying? But you not really, we a family. Like, you know what I'm saying? I mean, like when brothers that I see, we don't just shake hands no more. Son. You know what I'm saying? Like we hug when we see each other. You understand what I'm saying? That's something different. You understand what I mean? So yeah, these connections, these ties, you understand what I mean? Because this is how we gonna build a society. You understand what I mean? Where you know, uh, the equality that we have amongst each other. You know what I'm saying? It's not just, yo, I come to the rally and I see the guy or whatever, but like now, man, I know the guy's babies. You know what I'm saying?
True day.
You know,
His
we
mom
ate at each
is.
other's house before. Right?
Yeah.
Right. All these things. Right. Now look, I got brothers, I go to their house, you know what I'm saying? And they moms treat me better than them. As soon as I walk in, yo, you hungry? You want some? You see
Yeah.
what I'm saying? You know, you see what I'm saying? So that's something different. We need to know how we connected. You understand what I mean? And see what that does too, right? It wards off the infiltrators. See, I look at it like this. Like, look, imagine you at the family reunion one day, right? You see a dude over there. He's finishing off macaroni and cheese. You know what I'm saying? And then you go up to him and you say, "Yo, man, what's the deal, man? Who you related to in here?" And he say, well, I was just walking past and I seen the door open, so I came in."
Poetic
Nigga,
justice.
put that down and get the fuck out of here. You understand what I'm
Yeah.
saying? When you at the family reunion, you run into somebody you don't know, and you be like, "Yo, man, you know what I'm saying? Who you related to?" "Oh, yo, I'm such and such son." "Get the fuck out of here, man. Yo, she used to babysit me when I was little." Boo, 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 boo. Now y'all build a relationship with somebody, you understand what I'm saying, that you might not have known them, but because of those family ties. You understand what I mean? So to me, that's one of the important things about it, you know what I'm saying, as well as just infiltrators. That was still a big thing when I got the knowledge. You know what I'm saying? Because you gotta look at this, the aspect that the founder of this got
Cousin
returned to
P.
the essence, son.
Yeah.
So we was hyper conscious of infiltrators, of people faking. You understand what I mean? Even that world that we existed in at that time, you had people that was coming into the knowledge just because they were scared, they wanted protection. Like, all of those people had to be weeded out in order for us to be successful. You know what I mean? So, for a lot of reasons, but like I said, that family ties reason to me is the best one. You know what I'm saying? Just in terms of whatever happens from here. Like, let's say right now, tomorrow, we overcome, we take the devil off the planet. People gotta know who we are, son. People gotta know the principles that we had so they don't stray away from them. You know what I mean? Eventually, time goes on, they will stray away eventually. You understand what I mean? But if the foundation is not there, the foundation is unknown, you know what I mean? They're gonna stray right away.
True indeed. Oh damn, I forgot what I was gonna say. I remember now. So yeah, that's why it's important to trace your tree, because usually most of us are just one person removed. You know?
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be a lot of people, you know what I'm saying, that uh, you know, like, look, with Rob Bourne. Remember we first came on, but then I'm listening to Rob Bourne, one of his lives, and the people he talking about, I'm like, yo, that's my brothers right there. Like, that's, you grew up around them brothers. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, but see, that's what happens when you're dealing with the family, son. You understand what I mean? You know, you have, like I say, another example I give is that another example that I give is, how you got certain cousins that you grew up so close with them that they really like your brothers and sisters. And then you got other cousins that you never met for. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? You know, we the cousins that grew up together. Like, where we could say, yo, remember that cipher? Like, remember that time I was talking about that time when we was on the Ave and Cash was getting ready to get me for my coat? And the brother was like, yeah, I was there that day. I recall that. See, that's what I'm saying. You know, these is the things that's important to me, at least. You understand what I'm saying?
Hmm.
That we maintain those kind of ties. You see what I mean? Because if not, then we're gonna just blend into the society to where, you know, if you go back, like, how many people know they fourth cousins? You know what I'm saying? How
Shit.
many people know they fourth cousins? Now think about it. We more than 4 generations down the line. You understand what I'm saying? So we could easily just blend into the rest of society. You understand what I mean? And not, the nation dissolve that way.
Do you mean generation as far as like teacher to student, or
But when
you
I
mean?
say generation, hold up. Yeah. I just mean in terms of, like at one time it was a big thing to be able to be on one hand.
Yeah, I missed
To
that
be,
cut.
look, this is you. Yeah. That was a big thing. That from between the law and you can count on one hand. You
Oh,
understand what I
between,
mean? That,
because I'm number
that,
6. So does that count?
yeah, so you missed the cut by you. You missed it by one.
Yeah, yeah, I missed that.
You know, but see, that was a time though. That was a time. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna tell you what you did though, right? That you still end up doing the same thing, right? Is that you went back up the line. You know what I mean? Meaning that because you know the truth, right? Now
Hmm.
you can go build with the people who, we got the next connection. Like, by the time I came around, law already turned. You understand what I
Yeah.
mean? But see, I build with Prince. You see what I mean? So by the same token, okay, you miss a lot and Prince. You see what I mean? But you build with Savior. You
Yep.
understand what I'm saying? So this is why it's important to know who those people is. So
Yep.
you can go back still to, those levels. You know what I mean? And if
Yep.
we all did what we supposed to do, right? Which is like I said, keep in mind the science of everything in life and do our duty, which is to teach. You see what I'm saying? Then people will still be able to be exposed. You know what I'm saying?
Indeed.
One of these
Yeah.
days, that might be the case. You know what I'm saying? If I'm fortunate, where people will say, like, wait a minute, man, you knew Darkim Be Allah? Like personally, you knew it? You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah,
Indeed.
man. Nigga stole my quarter, man. Nigga stole my lighter, man. You see what I'm saying? So to me, yeah, that's why that's extremely important. You know what I'm saying? Uh,
Hmm.
but and that's one of the challenges too. You know what I'm saying? Of the knowledge being and all, spread out that way. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, at one time, you know, everybody who had the knowledge was in, like, let's say 2 hours. You know what I'm saying? By the time I got the knowledge, mostly everybody who had the knowledge was in like 2 hours in New York.
Hmm.
I'm sure it was some other people already that was, well, yeah, what's the name was already in LA by then? Uh,
Knowledge God.
Knowledge God. You understand
Yeah.
what I mean? So yeah, you had people that was going other places, but for the most part, most of the people who had the knowledge was, within a couple of hours from New York. So, the
Yeah.
way we was able to do things, like I said, look, you got brothers in South America. The days of going to people rest to see if they got to see if they studying is over. What was that movie? I think you said the day of the Geechee is over. You know what I'm saying? But it's a good thing. You know what
So
I'm
do
saying? But
so G, do some of the people that were in your class and you walked them through it, do they consider you like their educator? Or and do they, like, just in general, people that go to the class, um, do they consider the teacher as their educator of that class?
the people who first started coming in, because the way the class first started is I already had brothers that I was teaching,
Mm-hmm.
and so I just started telling them to meet me at the class. You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So
Mm-hmm.
you got those brothers, Freedom, uh, then you got brothers who came down there, they didn't have no knowledge yet, or they might have just, been introduced to it, but they didn't really know what it was about. You know what I mean? So those is like the other Freedom, CI, Infinite, Law Infinite,
Mm-hmm.
you know what I'm saying?
Why
And
Kim?
then you got Kim was another brother who came through then, you know what I'm saying? Then you got brothers that, but see, Kim and them Kim, see brothers like Kim,
Are you talking about White King? Because I was making fun of what you just said, what you said earlier in the video.
Yeah, see, and I always call him Kim. I don't know why. I know why though, because it's another brother that I grew up with named Kim.
Yeah,
but
White King.
See, King, what's the guy's name? You know, God Cypher Divine that comes on here. That comes on. He rests in Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
The brother that taught him, you know what I'm saying? He was another brother where now he first came to my class. You know, I introduced him to it. I introduced a lot of them to a lot of things. But see, with them, it was a little more of a situation where, like, I was just a real, like, I was more like the oldest brother. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, those families that they big families, and it's a wide range between the oldest kids and the youngest kids.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I was, and that's something that always existed. Meaning, like, when I first came around the school, you had brothers like Shamar, Kasim, you know what I'm saying? Where we all was kids together, but they just had a lot more knowledge than me. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, you know, I still, you know, look at them, you know, like that. But yeah, we was all kids together. You know what I'm
The
saying?
rapper
Like, we grew
Kasim?
up. Nah, this brother, he actually moved back and forth a little bit right now. But back then we used to call him Eyeglass. We used to call him Eyeglass Kasim because he used to work at the place where they do the eyeglasses.
Optometrist?
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So you know, you got brothers like that, but you know, we was all still coming, you know, we all was still maintaining. And see, with them, like with White King, especially the other brother I was talking about that gave God like divine knowledge, you know what I'm saying? They got certain things for me, but they was exposed directly too. You know what I'm saying? Meaning that they was coming around, being around Prince, being around Dumar. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't like other brothers who, you know, they was a little more just involved with me. But pretty much, if you got the knowledge for me before, really up until the point when Prince returned, you know what I'm saying? Then we all kind of learned together too. But I just was more advanced, you know what I'm saying? But just like when I first came around, you know, me, Sincere, Shamar, Curly Hair Wise, you know what I'm saying? We used to all go around, we used to all be around Prince. You understand what I'm saying? But at the same time, when we was in the hood, you know, these same brothers was the brothers that was giving out the directives that I listened to. You know what I mean? Basically, look, it's kind of like the 13th degree. You know what I'm saying? You know,
Yeah,
you
Captain
had certain
Lieutenant.
lieutenants,
Mm-hmm.
right? So you had, you know, P and them. They always was the captains. You know what I'm saying? You know, but you know, you had certain brothers that was already lieutenants when I came around as a private soldier. You know what I'm saying? So kind of it was that same thing with brothers like YK and them, where I was like a lieutenant. You know what I'm saying? But we all still was reporting to the captain though. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
You know, I still, and look, if something happened, right, I was the one that was gonna get blamed.
Yeah.
You know, that's how that worked out. You know, at that time, no matter what happened, the oldest person always was the person to get you know, the older brothers wanted to see.
Yeah. So it's not like that anymore, where the people like the firstborns come to your class and they get it from you. Is that like they're in your tree now?
Say
Because
it again.
what basically what I'm asking is with just anyone's class, when someone comes into your class as a newborn and you walk them through it, do they then like consider you a part of their tree? Do you consider them? Because I didn't get it in a school. I got it mouth to ear, one person, you know. So I didn't get it in the school or a school or anything like that.
Hmm.
So then are they a part of your tree in the sense that you're their educator?
I mean, this is how I look at it. They're one of us. You know what
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying? Like you know, yeah, there is uh, you know, they're part of our family. You know what I'm saying? However, you know, meaning like sometimes I get on the like I might be looking at the internet and I see all these different people like, you know, believe it or not, he's one of us. You know what I'm saying? Like, look, Sunez is one of us. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people don't know that. See what I mean? Because I'm not, you know, where you know everybody has to come, yo, you know, peace to God, I care, you know, you know. But yeah, believe it or not, you know, a lot of different people. You know what I'm saying? Like you just like, why can't he one of us? You know what I'm saying? Like they not people. Then you look because it's the other way too, right? Like you got the guy Cypher King, right? That's in Virginia, where I introduced him to the knowledge first, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't even have the knowledge then like that. You see what I mean? I just had the mathematics. So I gave him the mathematics. He went through the growth and development with it with other people. See what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
yeah, believe it or not, he's one of us. You know what I'm saying? Because you gotta remember in general, in this knowledge, right? When you in the knowledge, it's 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 like school where you got a preschool teacher, right? You
Mm-hmm.
know, like you see for me, the preschool teachers is the brothers that was around that I seen them being God. Like I tell you the boy, the dude that said he was God outside the store that day. You know what I mean? So like I'm hearing different people saying things. You know what I mean? You know, when you hearing the music, you know, uh Lord Jamar is a lot of
Yeah.
people's preschool teacher.
Yep.
You understand what I'm saying? You know,
Mm-hmm.
then you have a kindergarten teacher, a first grade teacher, a second grade teacher, a third grade teacher. You understand what I'm saying? So
Yep.
that's how it is. Where you be around different people, you know what I'm saying, and they take you to different levels. You know what I mean? Especially for us, you know, back in the time when we was getting knowledge at such a young age, you know what I'm saying? You get exposed to it. Say I exposed you to it. I'm only 15, 16 too. You
Yep.
understand what I mean? So it's only but so far I could take you. You understand what I mean? In order for you to really, you know, grow into a man and then God and then Allah and all of that. You understand what I'm saying? You're gonna have to go through other people who had, you know,
Mm-hmm.
more experience than both of us. You see what I mean? So like that's what I'm saying is the same thing where it's like, uh, I'm like a adjunct professor. You understand what I mean? At that time when Kingdom is first coming, you know what I'm saying? And Prince is like the chairman of the department.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? Where it's like, yeah, I still gotta go and I'm still learning certain things too. You see what I'm saying? So in the knowledge, is some people, like look, Dumar was uh Dumar probably about say my fourth or fifth grade teacher.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You understand what I'm saying? Some brothers, so it all goes in the And then you got different people, especially when you're dealing with the firstborn, who they had different experiences around a lot. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Some people were sent to go do this, some people were sent to go do that. You see what I'm saying? So when you come around, in order for you to have that well-rounded picture, you see what I'm saying? So see, for me, that's one thing that I draw up. I see a lot. I said, look, if you want to see me, come together. So for me, I brought them together through my own studies. Meaning, this person might not have been standing next to this person, and they both was telling me what they had to say. But I went to this person, I went to that person, I went to that person, I went to that person. So then by the end, I could get a well-rounded picture. You understand what I'm saying? Of
Mhm.
who Allah is and what he meant. You know what I'm saying? And what he meant for us.
Yeah. Yeah, that question was in relation to the tree, to tracing back your tree. Because White King said the same thing. He was
Yeah.
uh, a lot of people was sparked by someone else that other than who took them through it. So I
Mm-hmm.
was sparked by like a supreme understanding and Saladin when they came up here to do a lecture like 12 not 12, like 9 years ago. So they did a lecture. I got Supreme's first book, How to Hustle and Win, at that lecture. Read it a whole bunch of times, and then that sparked me to go down this path. And then when I bought Knowledge of Self, the book Knowledge of Self, the anthology, White King was in there. So I was like, oh shit, there's one here. I don't have to go all the way. There's one here. And then I did my due diligence on White King. I did research, all that stuff, saw that he was a stand up dude. Then I reached out to him. So yeah, I was
Mm-hmm.
sparked by someone other than who,
Hold
became my educator.
This is a little bit wild right here too. District 120 said, I recall telling my mom about how the white man is the devil, and she said she already knew that, and that Allah is God, the black man. You know how stern and blank I looked at her. So, and that's that's you know, things like that happen. I ain't gonna, my mom's, she didn't know that much, but I will say this. See, because my honorable name is a Muslim name. And so when I got the knowledge, she said, yo, I knew you was going to deal with Islam. You know what I'm saying? Just from I knew you was going to explore that, you was going to deal with Islam. I'm thinking, what you wait all this time for? Why you had me wasting my time over there in Mount Zion if you knew I was going to be dealing with Islam? You know what I'm saying? Uh, but as time goes on, right? That's what I'm saying. You got a lot of people out there who, now, their parents was exposed. Like, you got people that's grown people now that their parents was exposed to this knowledge, if even just through the music. You see what I'm saying? But I'm saying, did she tell you, what the story, what's the story behind her knowing that? That's, because that's kind of wild stuff right there.
District 120, what
Yeah.
is the brother's name that lives in Tacoma?
See, from us being in New York, our families was already exposed to Islam. Like my grandmother used to listen to Malcolm X on it when he was used to be on the radio, like talk radio. But to them, they saw Islam much differently. It says here, I said the same thing as far as my name and everything. I'm like, if you knew this, why you ain't tell us this? She was like, am I wrong for that? And nah, I never got to the story behind it. Yeah, you should ask her that. Bacchus Beat said he got knowledge of self in Tacoma. I do know that my grandfather, her father, was in the lodge, had affairs and everything. Hmm. SW said my pops was behind bars during the 60s. They knew the black man was God, but didn't fully understand the teachings and took it as the NOI did. I have some of his and his brother's prison bills. Hmm. Yeah, that's the type of stories that is gonna start to come out now. That's the type of histories, you know what I'm saying? Like, when I first got the knowledge, my grandmother was like, yo, man, you dealing with that stuff, man, that's a jail religion. You know what I'm saying? Uh uh Same thing with my mom's, you know, she expected me to deal with Islam. You know what I'm saying? She
I'm
expected
gonna
me to
hop
deal with
off, G.
Islam. I know that. But
Peace.
I think her idea was that I was gonna deal with NOI or being Sunni or something like that. You see what I'm saying? So when she first heard, uh, oh, Life of Allah, right? Life in the desert, you talking about? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Uh, yeah, my mom's, when she first heard that I was 5%, she was like, "Ain't that a gang though?" So it wasn't, it wasn't very welcomed at the crib when I first, became a 5%. District 120. So my mom was born in the early 60s too. I do recall her speaking on Elijah before. Hmm. But see, she's inside. You gotta remember that's a 5%. Um, you inside the 5% time range. Yeah, that beast that I was exposed to the teachers through hip hop first. Uh, I was being exposed to it through hip hop, but I didn't know, you know, because see, I just like music. You know what I'm saying? And I knew that this is dope music and I like it and everything, but I wasn't really paying attention to what the brothers were saying like that. It was after I got the knowledge, that's when I realized that I've been listening to all these 5%ers all the time. But getting back to the topic, I suppose. You know what I'm saying? Let me put the link back in here, see if anybody else wants to come on. But do we have any questions? Um, Not just about what I've been speaking on so far, but any questions out there in general that people, uh, things that you might be encountering in general, with studying this knowledge. You know what I'm saying? Even if it's a question about, you know, what sciences, what sciences can you use to show and prove certain things? You understand what I'm saying? Like, when you deal with the Bureau destroy degree, let's say, right? You got meteorology in there. You got geology in there. You got different sciences that you can use to break that down. Or you dealing with today's degree. You know what I'm saying? You got biology, you got chemistry, you uh, sociology. So halftime said, what are some of the things you tend to do different with an older student than a younger one? Um, yeah, it basically comes down to the amount of time that the amount of time and energy that I put into it. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like, when you get to college, you know what I'm saying? The teacher's not really checking on you like that. You know what I'm saying? Like you older now, you're supposed to know what you got to do now. You know what I'm saying? After 12 years, you're supposed to know what you got to do. You see what I'm saying? I'm not introducing you to certain things. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, when, we get the knowledge and we 15, you know what I'm saying? And they introducing to us the sun, moon, and stars, man, woman, and child, you know what I'm saying? And what your responsibility is to teach the woman, teach the child, and all of that. You know what I'm saying? Some of that is, you know, teaching you the science of being a man. You know what I'm saying? I don't gotta go through that with you. You know what I'm saying? If you 40, and I'm not going to be going through that with you. The amount of work that person has to put in on their own, you know what I'm saying, becomes that much greater. We say about going into higher learning after getting knowledge of self. What you mean higher learning? Like going to college, or what you mean like people? All right, that's some high science right there. Back his beats. Said having knowledge of self had me graduating college with a 3.95 GPA. That's what you call a Lord of all worlds. Um, I mean, that's what most of the brothers. That's what most of the brothers that I know that went to college. That's what happened. They went there. Because like I said, everybody when I was getting knowledge is 13, 14, 15, 16. You know, uh, 17. You was kind of old. I was like an older brother. You know what I'm saying? Uh, so that's the way most people did. I mean, you know, it it's one of those things that it's all through life there's tests. But yeah, that's one of the things that could test a person. You know what I'm saying? Meaning like say this, uh I know brothers who went to college, you know what I'm saying, and came out even sharper, you know what I'm saying, with the knowledge of themselves. You know what I mean? And I know brothers who went to college and, blended in over there and they lost the knowledge. All right, divine our master. Every time say, yes, I see what you're saying. I came at an older age, but my man never had to tell me twice to do certain things, so I'm judging how much it's just me not wanting to deal with that. Yeah, see, this is what happens halftime. You can't want for somebody, you can't want something for somebody more than they want for themselves. I mean, you can, but it's not going, like you said, it's going to lead you to frustration. It don't matter what it is. You know what I'm saying? You can't, uh, you know, want an education for somebody more than they want it for themselves. You know what I'm saying? You can't want a person to be off of drugs more than they want to be off of drugs for themselves. You see what I'm saying? You're gonna end up beating your head against the wall, and you're gonna end up serving some of their penalty with them. You see what I'm saying? And that's what ends up happening. When you want the knowledge for people more than they want it for themselves, then you end up putting in more energy than they putting in. You know what I'm saying? And putting in energy and not having no movement, not getting no place is one of the things that leads to frustration. You know what I'm saying? So it's just one of the things where the way I put it is, look, we say, we give people the knowledge. You know what I'm saying? But in reality, we bring it out of them. See, because like I said, those basic elements of the universe is already what we consist of. So we bring the knowledge out of people. And sometimes there's no there there. There's nothing, nothing from nothing leaves nothing. Got to have something. If you want to be God, has the number of combo 444 ever popped up on you consistently? No. It's 444. What is that number significant for? Of people who get the knowledge and they wisdom out of service. I mean, well, look, here's another thing. This is like a funny story. This is like a funny story. You know what I'm saying? Where, for whatever reason, we was in a law school, right? For whatever reason, it came up how long everybody had the knowledge. You know what I'm saying? And I recall at that time, I had a little time under the belt. You know what I'm saying? And so, brother came in. He said with however long he had the knowledge. Somebody else said, then I said, but we talking like we heavy hitters. I can't not have knowledge this long. I'm veteran at this. You know what I'm saying? And then one brother, he said he had the knowledge. It was like a short period of time. Like I had it like a month or something. You know what I'm saying? Out of all the people in the room, first one Prince, of course, he got the knowledge, you know, longer than all of us, you know. So when that brother said y'all had the knowledge like a month, he said, it doesn't matter when you got it. Only things that matter is that you got it. So applying that to this right here, if a person gets in their 20s, look, if they got it, they got it. They got it, they got it. You know what I'm saying? If they don't got it, then, you know, it don't matter what they deal with. It's gonna be dangerous for them. You know what I'm saying? Like, how many people got a chance to see not the last post, the last post that I put in the community tab was about the beginning of this championship run for the Knicks. We speak on that later. But the post before that I put about the brother who he was we say ex-Catholic, ex-5%, ex-Muslim, and now he's uh some kind of Protestant, dealing with Jesus or whatever. You know what I'm saying? You know, he didn't go to college at all. He stayed right around the block, and so once a person got it, but this is why we emphasize, and that's why, even going back to the how this live started, you know what I'm saying, is, you have a lot of people out there that think 5%ers only know 120 lessons. That this is the only way we can speak, this is the only foundation we can speak from. You know what I'm saying? Uh, that's why we emphasize so much that you lock in on this for a period of time until you've internalized it to the level where you can go and deal with all other worlds that you might go into, you know what I'm saying, and not get lost in those worlds. But you know, hopefully though, whoever it is, they do what they need to do. Yeah, college will twist you up if you don't have a firm foundation. Jason Rosario TV said, I recall being 12 years old and reading the booklet to the Wu Tang Forever album, the part where it said Method Man's age as older than the sun and stars, that blew my mind away. Yeah, these, when 5% start telling you about the science, and you don't really, you don't know the mathematics. See, mathematics allows you to relate all things. You know what I'm saying? Like if you just say a person is skinny, but then they give you the mathematics of it, the person weighs this much. Now you got a way to comprehend, uh, what's being said to you. Um, so yeah, when you hear these things, when somebody say they God, you know what I'm saying, and you don't have the mathematics, in order to be able to, you know, absorb that statement and analyze it. But so wait, 4 4 4 4 is that's like in the Bible or something? That's something in the Bible? Yeah, I don't know the. Divine knowledge said, when I do the knowledge to the eighth degree in the 140, it shows me how the devil controls the atmosphere by causing unnatural disasters through the heart machine. All right, you gotta break that one down for me. That's in the Bill degree? No, it's not a Bill degree. I mean, break it down, break it down. But that's You know, the last line in my build degree says, in fact, all that above is caused by the Son of Man. So I'm curious about what that means. Didn't Jay Z have an album called 444? Oh, they got this size right here for 259. That's actually good because this is a quart, 33 ounces. Yeah, that's like $1.25. Uh, but see, we don't have Wawa in New York City. They probably got it like upstate or something, but we don't have Wawa in New York City. All right, yeah, Baggers Beach said, yeah, so 444 was dealing with music frequency and not a time or numerological. No, you're talking about 440 hertz? Yeah, no, 444. Because when Jay Z put 444, I thought it was some biblical kind of reference. Like where you see 316 all over the place. The back is beat. There's supposed to be something about 440 hertz. Uh, it's supposed to be an A note or something. I can't even recall what it is. I've heard that type of thing before, but I don't. 440 hertz. I mean, in music, that's a fairly low frequency. We hear between 20 hertz and 20,000, between 20 hertz and 20,000 hertz is that's the audible range for people. You know what I'm saying? Like the dog whistle and all of that stuff, that's over 20,000 hertz. You know what I'm saying? Once you get below 20 hertz, that's like earthquakes and stuff like that, where you don't really hear the the vibration. You know what I'm saying? Sounds is vibrations that uh hit the eardrum and then they register in the brain. 444 was the time he woke up on the day when he made the album. That's what 444 was for. Oh, 444 is the frequency that opens portals. I see. Don't forget those sovereignty papers. January 1st. You heard that 528 hertz is healing frequency. Which range are you asking is negative? So Jay-Z said he used to wake up at 444. I wonder if that was in the morning. I wonder if that was in the morning or in the night or in the afternoon. So Divine Knowledge said that shows me that they also harness the rain, hail, and snow to cause havoc on the planet, then send in the NGOs to take over that geographical part of the planet. I mean, you know, some of these things seem redundant to me. Like, give me an example of a part of the planet that they took over as a result of harnessing rain, hail, and snow. Couldn't Kenny man said I did the knowledge to the first hour and some of the video, I guess, but I didn't hear an answer as to us as a nation requiring the acknowledgement of 120 to our students. Are you saying that it is or isn't so long as they can show and prove the science of living mathematics? I'm curious because this is a topic that continues to reoccur. Um, hold on. I don't know if you want to come on because I don't really understand your question. Are you asking like why we give out 120 lessons? Because I actually, what I said that I recall saying, I'm not sure if this was your question, but 120 lessons is what Allah did the knowledge to that brought him to the realization of who he was. You see what I'm saying? And because this wisdom is he brought it to us. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't something that he was putting above our heads only to aggrandize himself as God. He was teaching us that we was God. And he wasn't just giving it to us on the face value of him saying it. He gave us what he did the knowledge to in order to see that. But he gave it to us with the advantage of having supreme mathematics and supreme alphabet, right? In order to be able to come to the proper understanding. You know what I'm saying? But 120 is not our doctrine. You know what I'm saying? Like the question though is not because like you said it keeps recurring. So this is something apparently I need to really this may be why they don't reveal that Beethoven is a black man. I remember you said this before. Where's Beethoven? What's the songs of Beethoven? Like I really, all I know about Beethoven is I know that. But like in terms of his I haven't done any research into Beethoven. So I'm asking, as the uninformed, why you keep saying Beethoven was black? So Mr. H said a sign that someone is trying to communicate with you, communicate a number of protection. 444 is a number of protection. I mean, like I said, some of these things you had to explain to me because you gotta realize I just wasn't exposed to a lot of things. You know, while other people was, reading about the Baphomet and all that, you know what I'm saying? I was being around the firstborn. You know what I'm saying? I'm going down to Medina, being with Saheem. I'm going out to the desert with Jamal and them. I'm up in Mecca with, you know, P, Dumar, et cetera, et cetera. I'm up in the P line. You know what I'm saying? I'm so I just don't know, you know, like someone trying to communicate a number of protection. Like how is 444 a number of protection? Oh, I see. See, you know what it is? I haven't really listened to Jay-Z since the Blueprint. So I had to, Jay-Z says all types of stuff. People come back and say it's profound, but yeah, I put the link up, SW, because some stuff I need people to explain. Shaquem, so District 120 says he recalls seeing that uh, Beethoven was a Moor. So Divine Knowledge said Haiti was a place that the government took over. But this is what I'm saying. The government took over Haiti. That was like 1985. Like in like 1985, uh, man, I don't want to misquote the history, but it got to do with I think by that time it was Baby Doc. Like you had Doc Duvalier, who was the leader over there for um I think like 40, 50 years or something. And then his son, Baby Doc, took over, and then they went over there and staged some kind of coup. You know what I'm saying? And since then, all of the leaders that have been in Haiti have been installed by the American government. So, you know, why would they waste money? Why would they waste money on, firing up the hot machine? Why would they split the money with NGOs? You know, uh, in fact, see, the Haitian Revolution was successful, right? but it was, they started working against it from the very beginning. And how many people know that Haiti had to pay a war debt to France? Like that's one of the reasons for the poverty in Haiti. They had to pay them for all the property that they lost, because of the revolution. So I don't, I mean, I've heard that idea, what you're saying, but sometimes it's like the actual history. What I'm saying says that they don't need to do that. Oh, let me catch up here. My analysis, they found out that Haiti has one of the most precious metals on the planet. So through the HART program, they sent a laser up and it bounced back off the ionosphere and caused the 7.0 earthquake. No, that's not what the HART machine does. The HART machine, uh, the HART machine doesn't have lasers. First of all, uh, we get into dangerous stuff here. Maybe you're right, Divine. maybe maybe you're right, Divine Knowledge. And we getting on a topic right now that we shouldn't be on. But the heart machine sends up it is some type of frequency vibration, but it affects clouds. You know what I'm saying? To my knowledge. You know what I mean? There's other things they've done, an earthquake of the magnitude that happened in Haiti, you know, this is this is this has got to deal with, tectonic plates though, man. The heart machine, I don't know. You said was the Beethoven thing and blacked out to what? Hold up. Y'all gonna make me Google this, man. So where is, see here, Ludwig? It's not exactly an African name, yeah, Ludwig. It says here Ludwig is from Germany. Um, Mm. I mean, they have some. Apparently, there's some literature somewhere that refers to Beethoven as a Moor. Uh, I mean, it's not really something I'm curious enough about to do any more research than I just did right there, Googling it. But you know, some of the stuff is like of all the grand scheme of things that has happened. You know, whitewashing Beethoven is you know, I can't really see the significance of it. So Kimmy said, "Do I?" Or he said, "Yes, I understand the history, so it's not our doctrine, but do we as a nation agree now just to teach supreme mathematics and supreme alphabet to our students? Do you, for example, not teach 120 anymore?" No, who's agreed to that? Where they agree to that at? See, listen, having supreme mathematics and supreme alphabet on its own, right? It's like being a baby in the uh in the what you call that, the maternity ward. You got all the potential in your universe. See, like babies, they have arms and legs, right? But they don't know how to use them. They have to practice pulling themselves up, practice standing, practice crawling, all of these things. You know what I'm saying? And what we do is we provide a safe environment for them to be able to do that without getting hurt. See, 120 is that environment for you to go in and apply your supreme mathematics and your supreme alphabet. You understand what I'm saying? Like I said, this is why we deal with it intensely. Look, get your 120 and then go dealing with other things. Because getting your 120 is what's going to enable you in a world, right, that's safe. See, in 120, we could talk about the devil being made. We could talk about uh, taking 4 heads. We could talk about all these things. You see, you can't go outside and do none of that. 120 is how we develop our ability to use mathematics, develop our mindset of how we looking at things, how we looking at the world. So when you read the Bible, like I said, for my family, right? They read the Bible as slaves. So that's who they identified with. They identified, you know, when I used to be there, they used to say, yo, we the people that's lost from home for 400 years. And we supposed to wait for Jesus to come back to deliver us. See, 120 is what enables you to develop your mind like that. Now, you see, you keep saying this is what you're talking about, but I still don't like what is the foundation of what you're talking about? Because I haven't heard anything. This is what I'm saying. I'm not coming at you. I'm just saying I've never heard anything about anybody saying let's stop teaching the 120 lessons. If for nothing more than look, that's our Festivus, son. That's our Festivus. That's our tradition. That's what we do. We quote degrees. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of different levels to it. You know, yeah, some of it is, you demonstrating some sincerity. See, one thing I always drew up is that look, the only person who's gonna learn 120 is either God or the devil. You ain't going through all that unless you really got a reason that you're sincere about. So there's a lot of different things. But I'm saying, what is the foundation of this type of thought? Like, what is this, like from the Facebook groups or something? You know, off the top right now, without knowing what you're talking about, my thoughts on it is that everybody better be teaching 120. You know what I'm saying? Because see, what's gonna happen is you're gonna teach somebody, you ain't gonna teach them 120, and they're gonna get caught somewhere in Medina. Listen, there's some things, man. Just don't do that to people, man. Like, understand, we the 5%, man. So don't set people up. Don't send people out there with part of the knowledge or half of the knowledge of some bullshit. So I wouldn't, I'm from the school where look, you got a period of time. Like you don't even got all people 3, 5 years. Like I said, Elijah Muhammad called 120 in 3.5 years. And he had a third grade education. So, when I got all this amount of times like this, that wasn't going on. Right now, Shaquem is talking about Haiti, and about once they gained their independence, no other nations would trade with them. Therefore, they couldn't sell any goods to build their nation. That was actually a part. That was actually a part of the revolution, though, is that the British and the Americans put a blockade, and so this was one of the reasons why the French could not bring any reinforcements. They couldn't supply their troops. So that was a part of the deal that was made with the British and the Americans. Say, can you justify that mandate scientifically other than tradition? If you teach someone a black man is God and the black woman is the earth and so forth, and they live out supreme mathematics, yeah, but see, you're not going to be able to build. It's like if I teach you how to count, right? You're not going to be able to be a carpenter with just that. I still got to show you how it applies to buildings. And that's what you're going to learn when you're dealing with 120. Like you know the mathematics, but how you know what's knowledge and how you know what's wisdom. I'm talking about when you walk out into the world and you see a situation. How do you know? Because see, that's what 120 is. That's what the Bible is, that's what the Quran is. It's stories about who is God, who is the devil, and what happened when they mixed together on the planet Earth. And then we use these examples, right, and these blueprints to see how to apply our mathematics. See what you leaving out is the application. That well, I ain't gonna say you leaving it out, but this type of idea, right, leaves out the application. Like you're just gonna give somebody because and this is another thing. I don't know what you got with your mathematics, but if you got it, you know, like we was getting it, where you just got knowledge, wisdom, understanding. That's it. You didn't get the definition and all of that. You had to come up with your own definition. So basically, that's what I'm saying. It's like you teaching somebody how to count, but you're not really showing them the trigonometry and the calculus. So what do they apply that for? You said, what then is the purpose of the lessons? Can they learn those lessons without 120? Are there only 120 lessons of life? Let me ask you a question now, Timmy. How old were you when you got the knowledge? No, cloud seeding is not chemtrails, divine knowledge. That's two different things. But you said there's guys that's beyond teaching 120. Tell them show up on Monday or Tuesday, 7 o'clock. We'll see if they beyond 120. Sons born laws up in the building. You don't start school at the first grade. You start at preschool and kindergarten. This is where you learn your one, two, threes, and ABCs. Then you learn to use these tools within 120. Indeed. When I said all you have to do is open your third eye and you will be able to see that's in use. Nah, my third eye is open, God. You know, I just don't I don't believe in the boogeyman, God. I don't believe that there's a all powerful, all magical white man that lives in the sky. And I don't think that it's a all powerful, magical white man that lives on the ground either. You know, like I said, my lessons tell me that all that above is caused by the Son of Man. You know, there's there's this thing out here now where look, I'm not scared of the devil. I really don't. Like this stuff. You know, you got to give me some things other than just conjecture that comes from people who, for me personally, right? I'm not saying that they are. I'm not that kind of doctor. I haven't evaluated them, but for me personally, you can't just have conjecture from people whose sanity I question, right? And then have me believe that, God. Like what you telling me is not really that much different from what I heard at Mount Zion. That when or stuff that my friends made up or whatever. It's raining because some magical white man in the sky is sad about us doing sins, and so his tears is the rain. You know, it's not that much different, man. Kenny said, I personally teach 120. I don't have that approach. Not teaching it. I'm a traditionalist. I see the value of tradition culture, but I also have witnessed way too many others disappear in the cipher of quoting 120 and become satisfied not being able to build or destroy in all ciphers, especially in the scientific community. Listen, you know, It's a sink or swim nation, man. Fly or die. You understand what I'm saying? It's the individuals who stop at that level and that's all that they get out of it. You know, that's I feel for them, but it's nothing I can do. You understand what I'm saying? The fact of the matter is, so you say you was knowledge born. You know, see, this is the key. This is one of the keys. So you was in the range of age. You know what I'm saying? But you was a little bit older. 19. I was an older guy when I was doing that. My thing is, you know, we learn 120, right? So that we can keep all the knowledge up here. See, you know, we don't want to have to be teaching babies that's 13, 14, 15, the 66 books of the Bible, or how many ever surahs and ayats is in the Quran, the entire Bhagavad Gita, Art of War, etc., etc. All of these is different things that can be done. But see, the 120, right, is a compact little package. 120 is what, 8 to 10 pages? Some in that neighborhood, depending on which copy you got, or whether you wrote it down or whatever the case may be. That's something that's compact that we can keep in our head because our condition here in the wilderness of North America, right? The is because of lack of knowledge, because of us being made blind, deaf, and dumb when we was babies. So see, we able to get this tiny little packet, right, and put it on a cat at 15, 16 years old. So now as we walking through our travels, right, and we need an example, you know what I'm saying? We see an individual that, okay, you here to turn this good situation into a fucked up situation. Okay, I know that's not cool. So now I could go into the degrees. I could go into everything from wisdom knowledge, right, to understanding culture, right, and see what you about to do and understand how I got to activate. You know what I'm saying? In order to not be the victim of what you're doing. That's the significance of us learning, you know, uh, really anything. You know what I'm saying? But that's the significance of, people going in, when they read the Bible, all these different things, these things been happening. And when they deal with the the uh the taking four devil's heads, we've been through this in this class. When you deal with the historical layer, right? That's about Mehmet the second. His name was also Muhammad, but he was the ruler of the Ottoman Empire in I think that was 1453 when the Ottomans knocked down the walls to Constantinople and took it over and turned it to Istanbul. And the taking of heads was this was war strategies between them. You know what I'm saying? And one of his greatest enemies was Vlad Dracul, who's the individual that Count Dracula. He's the real individual that fictional character is based on. And Vlad Dracul's head was delivered to Mehmet II, right, in Istanbul. So see, that's the historical, if you just dealing, that's been happened. That's over. That's not gonna happen again. But see how we apply that today in our lives, right? It's not something where I got to go back to the Bible, or I got to be carrying all these books in the book bag. And I got it on a cap. So anybody who's saying, and look, some of those brothers, you gotta look at it like this too. If you got a brother who he's stuck in the world of quoting 120, imagine where he would have been stuck if he never got 120. For some people, look, all you could do, the highest you could get somebody is 6. I don't care who you are. The highest you could get a person is dealing in equality with them with the knowledge that you have. Understanding whatever you could deal in equality with them. They got to get the 7 on their own. So, you know, uh, that's up to uh the individual, that's up to the cipher that they involved with, the peoples that they learning from. You see what I'm saying? Because see, if somebody comes around me, you got to go into that degree of history of knowing about Mech the second, about knowing about, the 4 fundamental forces in the universe, you know? And so just those things alone, if you really, when you find somebody like that, see, like I said, I got the knowledge, whatever you said, the brother would say, manifest or break it down. And then you got to go through your understanding. So, that's all fine and good, but we can get people where we can get them to. You know what I'm saying? And then the rest is on them. You know what I'm saying? I can show you the ocean, but you got to jump in and you got to swim 9,000 miles. There's sharks out there, killer whales, et cetera, barracudas. You don't have to fly, dive, sink or swim. Why was that laugh scary? Divine Knowledge said they have the biggest satellite dish in the world in Puerto Rico. I know because I was there. I saw it. Yo, God, I think it broke. Biggest satellite is satellite dish or telescope. Whoever the biggest telescope in the world is, it broke like in the last 2 weeks or something like that. No, I'm just see. This is what I'm saying. Divine Knowledge. I could say, uh, you know, uh, lemons are yellow. Water's clear. You know, uh, gravity is 9.8 meters per second squared, 32 feet per second squared. Okay, those are random facts. It still doesn't prove, what's the thing you're trying to prove. We know there's a heart machine. You know what I'm saying? We know a lot of things, but I'm saying, once we start developing all these different ideas about the things that's happening, once I stay out of Area 52. You know what I'm saying? I don't, like I said, what would be your response to the points that me and Shaquem made in terms of, they've been in control of Haiti. The revolution was successful. You know what I'm saying? But, one of the first issues with the revolution You know what I'm saying? Was that uh uh to Saint the overture was he was he still had the idea that what he was doing was fighting for some type of respect from the French. You know what I'm saying? Question divine knowledge. Do you know what happened to Toussaint Louverture after the revolution? I'm saying, Rashawn, happy Monday. All right, Kimmy said Arecibo's dish is no longer effective. Right, divine knowledge. Yeah, it collapsed. Yeah, that's what. Yeah, I was just reading about that. But yeah, I knew about that thing. That you were talking about divine knowledge. But what would you say? Uh, what would you say about the well, two questions, right? What would you say about the points that me and Shaquem made about Haiti, and do you know what happened to Saint the Overture after the Haitian Revolution? No, divine knowledge. He wasn't taken to France. He went to France. See, when you said he was taken to France, that would mean that the revolution wasn't successful. They didn't take him nowhere. He went over there to try to establish some type of diplomatic ties, and he ended up dying in a French prison. Remember, Toussaint was an officer in the French army. FDJB said, "What is the science on building on history with guys who don't have understanding on certain time frame? The same rules, the same rule goes. Does the same rule go? Uh, how do you teach to those who don't know the history and vice versa? Learn about time if you don't know the language of that history. Well, who are these people? Like I'm saying, uh, not as individuals, but I'm saying, what are their ages and how long have they had the knowledge? Because my point is, if it's you know, if you're talking about people that had the knowledge 20 years, look, I'm tell you something, man. Uh, they taught me in the courthouse. This dude, I had to take some papers from here to there, some whatever. So when I got there, the dude was talking. And he said, look, if you at this age right here and you ain't figured it out yet, look, fam, I don't have time to explain it. You done. You know what I'm saying? You know, if you're dealing with young brothers, open their minds. Introduce them to some books. You know what I'm saying? You know, tell them some things about history that applies to them. You know what I'm saying? Meaning applies, you know, uh, just like see right now, like Rashawn, he's saying Toussaint didn't hate the fourth man like Dessalines did. See, now let's say if you might be speaking to somebody that might have that, they might, have Haitian heritage or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So you teach them some history that applies to what is going on with them. So now they become curious about it and they want to go crack open some books, man, and see if what you're saying is right. They older than you. We went through that topic already. You on your own, dog. I already told you what it is. You've been told what it was. You understand what I'm saying? But in terms of, these is the things that we got to, this is just an aspect of our, community. I'm talking, our social equality as original people, man. You know what I'm saying? Is that in a lot of ways we've become anti-intellectual. You know what I'm saying? We still carry a lot of religion with us. And so we believe, and I'm using that word specifically, we believe in these different holy men. We believe in these infallible individuals, right? And so we take everything that they say on face value without showing and proving it. You understand what I'm saying? So, you know, at the end of the day, you know, all I can tell you in relation to that is the knowledge born degree. See, if you fail to teach, you're gonna you're gonna receive a penalty. To see for those that prepared not himself, neither did according to the will, look, I'm not gonna take my shirt off. I'm not gonna take my shirt off and take some of the stripes for you, son. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not going to jail to do your bid. I'm not paying back the money that you owe. You on your own. You understand what I'm saying? You've been in this all this time. You understand the power they older than you. Listen, man. But if they're younger than you, then yeah, it's your duty. You know what I'm saying? That's why power is magnetic. It's your duty to produce that magnetic. You know what I'm saying? What makes kids interested in science is when they realize that these different sciences go into the things that's all around me. You know what I'm saying? If you tell them that, you see this match right here, this is phosphorus, maybe that's a bad example, but I'm just saying. That's what you got to do. That's the challenge of every teacher. You know what I'm saying? Kimmy said, I just want to make sure that I'm not alone in raising scientists and not degree regurgitating Muslims, not being able to show and prove the 6 tons or the many conspiracy beliefs, quoting lessons and teaching classes, but seeing them blessing the soil through their quiver. So that's a heavy shot right there. that was a heavy shot, but I definitely know what you mean. But look, the door's always been open to go to the mosque. You know what I'm saying? In terms of look, the door's open for you to come here. And look, if you want to go to the mosque, don't let the door hit you with a good Lord split you. You know what I'm saying? But it takes some people a while to understand that that's really where they need to be. You understand what I'm saying? They don't understand the self-style wisdom, you know? So what they're going to tell you, and all mostly what they're going to be able to deal with is, what Elijah teaches us, what Paul did, what's in the St. John, Deuteronomy, whatever. You know what I'm saying? But as the guys, man, you know, even when you deal with 120, you know, every one of them questions, we got to be able to answer them for ourselves. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, that's what happens to a lot of people. They end up finding their home where they really need to be. But that's what we do, though. We help people out. We help people to escape their Christian existence. You know what I'm saying? And to find what it is they want to grow up to do. You understand what I'm saying? And that's one understanding that we should manifest, what I'm saying, dealing with who's the 5%. You see, we all got exposed to this same knowledge, right? And some of us grew up to be civilized. And so you see the lessons continue to go on for us. Some of us grew up to be Muslims and Muslim sons. And so they go their way. You know, uh, if it's one of those things where, if you could just snap your finger and make it the other way, but that's just the way it is. Divine Knowledge said the Haitian Revolution was not successful because the devil took back the island and split it in two. Um, you see, when you said they took back the island, that means that it was in fact successful. You know what I'm saying? Uh, you know, uh, I don't wanna blame, the brothers and sisters and say that they fell short. You know what I mean? But be because the ideas of what they was going to do with that freedom wasn't developed enough. You know what I'm saying? Then it was able to. Uh, it was a lot of the benefits, a lot of the success was able to be reversed. You understand what I'm saying? Just like look, and that's with anything. A person can get out the penitentiary, but if they don't have developed ideas of what they're going to do with that freedom, they end up right back in the penitentiary. You know what I'm saying? But I wouldn't say that the Haitian Revolution was not successful. You know what I'm saying? It's because see when you do that, if you just label it as strictly unsuccessful, then uh you're not able to go back and look at the blueprint, right, of what was successful so that you can refine it in this day and time. You understand what I'm saying? Meaning, I give you an example from trivia. This is some trivia right here, right? But paratroopers, the dudes that jump out the planes with the parachutes and all that. The idea for that really came from Hitler, from the Nazi Germans. They was the first ones to jump out the plane like that. But what happened was it was a particular battle called the Battle of the Bulge. And so the Germans pulled out the paratroopers, you know what I'm saying? And they was winning the battle. They was winning. But ultimately what happened is some fog came over the battlefield. And in the midst of whatever confusion, whatever happened, the Americans ended up winning that battle. So then Hitler was like, yeah, all that shit ain't working. And so they dismantled they paratrooper units or whatever. But the Americans was like, yo, son, did you see that? And so they immediately brought the paratroopers out. You see what I'm saying? And to this day, they're one of the most elite units in the American military. You see what I'm saying? So I would be very slow to say the revolution was not successful. You know what I mean? Revolution, means change. You know, but there's lots of things like that. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times we look back at civil rights the same way. You know what I'm saying? And we uh you know kind of ignore things that was successful. You see what I'm saying? Because ultimately, like Reconstruction was successful. Ultimately the Klan and Jim Crow and all of these things was able to reverse that progress. You see what I'm saying? But if we look back now, right, and use the parts, that we could apply right now, uh, I mean, you just got to be able to do that. You said, doesn't that degree the wisdom? What's I never seen that degree. The wisdom state that the 85%, 10%, and 5%, or that 85, 10%, and 5% exists amongst the 5%. I mean, there's a lot of ways to look at it. God, I was listening to WBAI, and they said one of the reasons the Haitian Revolution was successful in defeating three empires is because the original people were united under the culture of voodoo. Um, I mean that's possible. You know what I'm saying? I don't wanna say that that's not what was the element of the unity. You know what I'm saying? Now I'll go out on a limb and say It wasn't the voodoo that made them successful. Like it wasn't the practice of the voodoo that made them successful. You know what I'm saying? But whatever it was that uh brought them together, whatever it was, like maybe it was the meetings that they was having, you know what I'm saying, to practice voodoo, where these ideas came about. You know what I'm saying? You can't say that that's not what happened. Like for instance, right? Uh one of the reasons the civil rights was successful is that the people was united under Christianity. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these people, the civil rights leaders, was religious leaders. You know what I'm saying? The SCLC, was they was like on the forefront of a lot of a lot of the ideas that was manifested. You know what I'm saying? But it wasn't Christianity that brought about the success, but the people was, one of the points of unity was the Christian church. And you see it to this day. You know what I'm saying? When they doing the like the voting registration and all of that, you know what I'm saying? A lot of that is dealing with the church. You know what I'm saying? That don't really happen in New York. You know what I'm saying? I have never seen it myself. But from what I understand, that's how people vote in the South, especially old people, is they go to the church, and then from the church they get in the bus and go to the poll. You understand what I'm saying? So you know, yeah, that's very possible. I don't specifically know the history of that, but I don't, that sounds don't sound off the wall to me. See, I think we're gonna have a whole live just on the heart machine. Cause y'all be going in like every time heart comes up, y'all start going in. We're gonna have to have a whole lot with that. What we're gonna do? We're gonna do the heart machine. We gotta make a list. 5G. We gotta go in. Divine Island said the original inhabitants of that island were the Taino and Arawak so-called Indians. They were living a natural way of life, and the so-called Africans were brought there when they took over the island. What you saying? That got something to do with voodoo? Yeah, Kenny, yeah. This, look, District 120. I try to stop him with that all the time. I can't, but yeah, some people. Don Bishop. Yeah, I had a question for Don Bishop. It's something about the Bible. I can't recall what it. I had to write stuff down. District 120. He don't mean how you added it up, but how you assign the significance, right, to what you added it up to. Divine Knowledge said the so-called Africans saved some of the French to help them rebuild their infrastructure, and they got together with the Spanish and divide the island in half. Okay, now where was these Africans? Because not for nothing, uh, there's big beef. There's big beef between the Dominicans and the uh Haitians, and I'm gonna say, so-called, what I mean, because I don't want to separate them. I'm not separating them, but I'm talking about just in terms of what the topic that we're talking about. There's big beef uh about that history. You know what I mean? So when you say the Africans, you know, do you mean the ones that was on the other side of the island? Oh yeah, got Savage around here. Now I guess you really got to be the hardest working man. you, you, I think you might have to extend out past Jamaica Queens now. You the hardest man between Flushing from Flushing to Jamaica. You gotta be the hardest working man now. No, no, not just with the heart machine is District 120, but the significance in terms of when you saying, heart born this. You know what I'm saying? And so then it means that. Like, how do you assign a significance, right, scientifically to, uh, you know, uh, whatever it borns, what it means? You know what I'm saying? Basically, uh, you know, he's asking you, are you dealing with supreme mathematics when you do that, or are you dealing with numerology? Yeah, where's real hip hop? I bet you he's been in the background. You're right about that. You ain't saying real hip hop. It's been about 3 weeks or a month since we seen real hip hop, huh? Watching he show back up, the whole 120. Listen, man, you got to learn the degrees, man. Or see, you want to get to the point, you know what I'm saying, where you don't have to ask questions. That don't mean that you're not always going to have things to learn, you know what I'm saying? But you want your grasp, of this to be good enough, right? Where you don't need a holy man. You don't need an oracle. You don't need a priest, a pope. You understand what I'm saying? You can activate on your own. That don't mean that you ain't never gonna uh make a mistake. But positive elevation always correct errors. And guess what? That holy man is gonna tell you some wrong stuff too if you listen to him too much. And so that's why you got to get this thing on cap for yourself. Like I can't spend the rest of the time teaching you, son. I got other people I got to teach, man. I got other things. You got to graduate, son. You understand what I'm saying? There ain't enough chairs in here. You got to get out. Go teach your own people. You know what I'm saying? Because see, after a while, you the 10%. You bloodsucking me. You benefiting off of all the time and energy that I put right into studying. right? All the time and energy that I put into living this out, and then you just come around me and take all my answers. No, 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 no. Dealing with the Christ. I don't play that way. Yeah, Kimmy makes a good point right here. You know what I'm saying? And this is a war. This is something that you got to deal with when you uh when you deal with that science of pointing out everything. So here's a question I got for you, District 120, right? Kimmy Amen makes a good point. Allah, earth, and devil all born God. Now, can you explain that through the science that you're dealing with, District 120? FDJB said, has there been a live session on the so-called ancient history of the original man and all our civilizations around the world? Um, we could get one of those. We call in Encyclopedia Brown. You know, uh, they're very well versed. Uh, but like, give me an example. Like when you say ancient history, you talking about pre what? Uh, in the different civilizations. Talking about all of them from Olmec to Sumerian to uh, you know you talking about the what they call it, out of Africa one, out of Africa two, with is like give it like a little shape of what you mean by that. Because we could do that. Encyclopedia Brown got that kind of knowledge. You know what I'm saying? Uh specific knowledge about these civilizations, you know what I'm saying, and some of the things they accomplished, and they coaching, how they lived, and uh, the different things that they wrote, you know what I'm saying, knowledge that passed on, and even, things that we might deal with now that originated with those civilizations. So Divine Knowledge said the French that they saved were allowed to go back to France, and they made a deal with the Spanish to help them take back the island, and they will share the island. I mean, now, you know, uh, what you saying sounds like the beef that I talked about. Is that uh, because remember the Spanish already had that other side of the island. You see what I'm saying? In the Spanish, the slaves that was under the Spanish didn't revolt. They didn't have a revolution over there. You know what I'm saying? And so uh that's like one of the beefs, you know what I'm saying, is that the slaves that revolted against the French, they went over and captured the Spanish side for a while. You understand what I'm saying? Because their idea was, yo, y'all about to let them back in. And so they kind of subjugated the slaves that was on the Spanish side for a while. You know what I'm saying? But you could be talking about something different. But I'm saying that's what I know of the history. You know what I'm saying? Is that the island was already split. You know, see, the Spanish was the Spanish found the gold and the silver. Remember, they was coming over here looking for the riches. They wasn't coming over here looking to farm. They wasn't coming over here looking to grow no cotton. They was coming over here looking for gold and spices and stuff like that. The Spanish found the gold, so they didn't have to be as brutal with their slaves. See, that's one of the things. See, by the time the English got here, Spanish already took all the gold. So that's why they had to, we're gonna have to tighten up. We're gonna have to tighten these cats up, man. And get our money some other kind of way. So this is, one of the reasons, the French was brutal too. But this is a whole topic right here, man. Again, we probably need to call in Encyclopedia Brown for this one. You know what I'm saying? But I know what you're talking about. You know what I'm saying? But uh, we could call in Encyclopedia Brown. So you can show how all of those things born God. Like what is the See, that's the thing about born in them numbers, guy. Is that you said we know heart from what we hear and see is dealing with weather. It's intriguing how heart adds up to 8 and the eighth degree is dealing in what makes rain, hail, snow, earthquake. See, when you're doing that born in them numbers, everything is convenient like that until it's not. You know what I'm saying? But what would be your definition to you know, what would be your definition to why uh devil born God? Because the devil cannot born God. All right, so FDJ Beats is saying it's really up to perspective in terms of what time is ancient. I would say pre-Crusades, yet the Crusades can also be a topic time frame we could build on. Yeah, that's another one. Yeah, we can, the power degree in the 1 to 14 is that's a whole one. Um, but yeah, I would bring in Encyclopedia Brown. You know, I haven't done really extensive studies. You know what I'm saying on the ancient civilizations. I got a basic amount of knowledge about it, but uh, when it comes to those ancient times, right? You know, research, is not a whole bunch of writings. You know what I'm saying that have survived. You know, uh, in some cases, the archaeology is lacking too. You understand what I'm saying? And so what we have is a few pieces. Like you got a tablet here, you know what I'm saying? You got a belt buckle there, you know what I'm saying? And then we got people that have strung these small amount of things into a story, You understand what I mean? And so, a lot of times you got to go back to those sources yourself. You know what I'm saying? And you got to go back to those sources yourself and kind of analyze it. You know what I'm saying? And see what you think it means. You know what I'm saying? Really, like going like one of the things that I don't know, right? One of the things that my knowledge lacks on is who a lot of people are. You know what I'm saying? Like we had a discussion the other day about the Sumerians and the Akkadians and who was original people, you know what I'm saying, and who was grafted people and all these different things like that. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of uh civilizations, I don't know who those people are. I know that they existed and I know some things about how they interacted with other civilizations, you know what I'm saying? But to really go in depth, I would call it an Encyclopedia Brown. Divine knowledge said the so-called Africans ruled the island for 20 years. The Dominicans are the descendants of the Spanish. The reason they hate Haitians is because Trujillo destroyed everything black. I wouldn't exactly say they're descendants of the Spanish. I mean, listen, the Spanish, right, and the French too, for that matter, was Catholic. And see, in Catholicism, you can did y'all hear me? I wouldn't exactly say that the Dominicans is descendants of the Spanish. You know what I'm saying? The Spanish and the French, for that matter, too, was Catholic, and so they could have sex with their slaves, right? Say they Hail Marys, and it's all right. And so they had no problem with a group of people growing up, you know what I'm saying, in a society, who we look at now, we call the Dominicans. See, in America, they Protestant. See what I'm saying? We got the Puritans, the Amish, you know what I'm saying? These type of people that, they have uh, a much more strict religious kind of regimen, you know what I'm saying? And so they wasn't about to allow this class of people that was obviously, you know, proof that they was having sex with the slaves. They wasn't about to let that grow like that. You see what I'm saying? But when you say the Dominicans are descendants of the Spanish, what I'm saying is this: we got Big Papi, man. I don't know if you watch baseball. You know what I'm saying? But I can't recall his name because I hate Boston. As far as sports, you know what I mean. Shout out to the guys out there, but I hate Boston. I hate the Red Sox. I hate the Patriots. I hate the Celtics. You know, I don't even like the Bruins. Uh, I can't recall the brother's name now, but he's jet black. Like he's black like road pavement. And he's Dominican. That's just something that exists in the Spanish world. You know what I'm saying? A wide diaspora of the gene pool. You know what I'm saying? But the thing about them is they still produce everything. You know what I'm saying? Like you could look at a Dominican family and you see some people that if you saw them, in Midtown with a group of white people, you might think they was white. And then you got other Dominicans that they start speaking Spanish, you know, and you like Jizza, who wasn't from Panama. Asked him how he got so black. He said Panama. You know what I'm saying? So I wouldn't say they descendants of the Spanish. That, that's a harsh one, man. You said, from my understanding, the devil was made God of the earth according to the Bible, and therefore God is in the earth. All right, that's convoluted. That that's just convoluted. Like, throw all these concepts you just told me out of your mind. The devil was made God. No, just stop it. Just stop. Full stop right there. Alter I. Peace to the God. Said, Colleen broke it down to me by stating homosexual born's God. The father didn't teach that. It's some fancy thing that guys came up with later on in regards to borning words. So Devon said, in this day and time, black Dominicans have white on their passport. I mean, that's possible. You know what I'm saying? It's difficult for me to speak on it because they got different classifications. You know what I'm saying? Like even like right now, you know what I'm saying? Look, when I was a kid, you was either man or woman, black or white. It wasn't all this, you know, I'm I like it was a it was an actress named Irene Cara. You know what I'm saying? And one time they asked Irene Cara what she was, and she was like, I'm Dutch and French and this and that. And all the black people just laugh. Like, what? Look, man, you black or you white? It ain't like, dude, listen. I'm saying, you know, look, imagine, you know, we talking about the Edmund Pettus Bridge, 1960s, right? The dogs is out there getting sick on people getting beat with batons, sprayed with water cannons, and you out there talking about, I'm French and Dutch and Spanish and mixed with this. Man, you better be black or you better be white out here. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Uh, but in these other countries, you know what I mean, especially in the Spanish countries, they got like 1,000 classifications of people. You know what I'm saying? In terms of what a person considers themselves. You know what I'm saying? Whether they consider themselves black or white or something in between. You know what I mean? So what you saying could be true. I'm not denying it. You know what I'm saying? But if we had somebody Dominican in the group right now, you know what I'm saying, they probably could do a better job than me of explaining why that might be. FDJB said all those civilizations and timelines are relevant to the lessons and the Asiatic calendar. In my opinion, it would benefit the cipher to build on it and reflection to degrees also. Um, I mean, we touch on it. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, that's something I talked to Encyclopedia Brown about that. You know what I'm saying? About having a video um, you know, dealing with the ancient civilizations, at least the ones that's, like you said, relevant, mentioning the lessons or whatever the case may be. Devil is backwards God in terms of the answers he gives us as to why. See, this is what's called mental gymnastics. And I can see that you're very flexible. You have to twist this thing all kinds of ways to explain this, man. Devil is God backwards. No. The devil isn't God. He is only reflecting or acting as if he's empowered. Yeah, but see, when you say, look, see what I'm saying. What do you mean when you say borns? Like when I say knowledge and wisdom borns understanding, that means understanding comes from knowledge and wisdom. So when you say the devil borns God, right? That means that God comes from the devil. So now the question is, what do you mean by borns? Oh, why is you? That's who I'm talking about. David Ortiz is a Dominican, and he jet black. Or what about my other man too? The dude Guerrero. Remember Guerrero? They used to play for Los Angeles. Another jet black guy. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure he was Dominican too. So uh, you know, and I used to be in that mindset. You know what I'm saying? Where when I first started seeing black seeds and brown seeds coming from, so-called Hispanic countries or whatever, um, you know, a lot of them, I was surprised that they existed because when you look at TV, like for instance, in New York, right, we got what is that? What's that channel? I think it was channel 47. Was it 47 or 41? There was a whole Spanish channel. You know what I'm saying? And whenever you look at the Spanish channel, the people on there look white. From whatever country it was, they look white. You know what I'm saying? But then when you met somebody in real life from that country, you see people my complexion sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Or even like with Brazil, you know, the only thing I knew about Brazil at one time was what Miss Brazil looked like in the Miss Universe pageant. So I started seeing, black seeds and brown seeds there. I was shocked, but yeah, that's I can't let you take a shot at my brothers like that. I can't, I can't let you take a shot at my brothers like that, man, to say the Dominicans is descendants of the Spanish. FDJ Beach said, in my opinion, we shouldn't run from topics or points in time based on European scholarship, lack of ability to show and prove, or unwillingness to show and prove. You know, uh, that's what we do. You know what I'm saying? We investigate and we go according to the facts. You know, uh, you know, I'm, you know, I don't know so much. I wouldn't really consider certain people running from those topics. Um, but this is how I will agree with you. You know what I'm saying? I agree with what you're saying, but I'm saying this is how I would word my agreement with you is that you got to continue to grow. You know what I'm saying? And in order to grow, you have to expand into uh, you know, areas that you wasn't in before. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes those areas is uncomfortable. You know what I'm saying? You know, uh, I'm not afraid that there's something that I'm going to learn, right? No matter who I'm studying around. You know what I'm saying? Whether I'm studying, you know, I could be studying Johann Blumenbach. You know what I'm saying? I'm not afraid that I'm going to learn that the black man is not God. So I don't care what you want, we study whatever. Juan Nala said black Dominicans have white on their passports. So if you ask a black Dominican what is he, he's going to say Dominican, not black. I mean, if you ask black people in America, like, that's that don't got to do really with being Dominican. You know, uh, I don't want to just say that it's one reason, but nobody wants to have problems in life. You know what I'm saying? Everybody wants to escape whatever realm they in. Where they having hard times. You know what I'm saying? So people that live in the projects, might be gang infested, whatever it might be. They want to get out of there. You know what I'm saying? So people that's noticing that black people is having the hardest time wherever they at. They want to get out of being black. You know what I'm saying? So they may not want to classify themselves as that. But a rose by any other name is still a rose. You know what I'm saying? Right? Kendall Rowland said, "We are the only people on earth who want to be everything except the person that we see in the mirror every day." Kimmy said, "Race in countries like in Latin American nations is not about genes as much as it is about status and education." Thank you. You understand what I mean? Is what where people see black people in the society that they exist in. You know what I'm saying? That caused them to just want to be something else. You understand what I mean? So in America, there's you have the well, I don't go by color. I don't see color. You know, I don't care what color. You know what I'm saying? But this idea is manifested a lot of places, man. You know what I'm saying? Like we talking about the Caribbean. So I'm a little off topic, but you could go to some Caribbean countries that is mostly known for the black and the brown seeds that's there, but they deal with skin bleaching all day. You understand what I'm saying? Uh, because they want to achieve the status that's not afforded to black people. You said Earth borns 52, the devil borns 52. Is it really bringing forth God in terms of the way Allah borns God through 34, though 52 is wide backwards. 25, just a question. No, no, no. I'm asking you, what does born mean? Just that's it. Full stop. What does born mean? Yeah, was it Univision? Yeah, Pedro Guerrero. I see y'all watch baseball. I don't watch enough baseball to know the people. So yeah, Calm Islami said it was 47 and 41. Yeah, Telemundo and Univision. Yeah, you know. But the people that you see on there or that you used to see on there, they should be always white. You know what I'm saying? You know, Like back in those times, no Spanish people really used to watch those stations. Not that I knew. They used to be like, nah, even them, they used to be like, nah, it's all white people. I don't watch that. They used to watch it because the only reason people used to watch it because you used to be a lot of like half naked women on there singing and dancing. So the days before, now you get on Instagram and see, anything. Before those days, yeah, we used to do dumb stuff like that. You know, watch Channel 47 to see, half naked women dancing around. But like I said, they was white. Let me catch up here. I'm getting a little too far behind. Said if we born out the alphabet and the math, why don't we born out any of these other terms that was given to us by the Englishmen? Weren't these terms in supreme alphabet also terms we got from the devil? Not everybody borns out the mathematics and the alphabet. Like there's some people who deal with that. You know what I'm saying? And it's it's a little mental gymnastics or whatever. You know what I'm saying? For uh, you know, people to just be seeing the math, dealing with the math, understanding, all of that. But that's not like a universal science. You know what I'm saying? See, the basics of it is that we was taught to add and multiply. And so, wherever we see numbers, we add them and we multiply them. But I'm saying we still have to acknowledge what is the significance and real meaning of that. You see what I'm saying? If we start applying too much significance and meaning to that, you know what I mean? Then we're going to find ourselves bent out of shape trying to do these gymnastics, right? To explain, why so many different things born God. Sammy Sosa. Sammy Sosa was another, yeah, I remember when Sammy Sosa was black. Right. So now we got some definitions coming here for born. Born means to bring into existence. Born means to complete, to bring into existence. The state of being. You know what I'm saying? So that's what born means. You know, you have to change the meaning of what born is. You understand what I'm saying? If because that's what you're saying. At the end of the day, when you say this borns that, you're saying that that comes from this. Even if you say equal, you still the devil don't equal God. There's just no way to justify that, man. You gotta stop. You just gotta stop. There's no way to justify God coming from the devil. There's no way to justify God coming after the devil. Unless you're looking at some kind of biblical some kind of biblical, I really don't know which way you could be looking at that, because even in the Bible, the devil comes from God. There's just no way you're never going to make sense of that. If you say devil equals God, no, that's worse than the devil born God. So divine knowledge, you have to leave my brothers alone, man. You you ain't stopping with this. Divine knowledge said Dominicans, Cubans, Puerto Ricans, Colombians are Spaniards that took over a part of the planet and changed the name. They still came from Spain. That's how their descendants got there. You gotta stop, man. You gotta stop. See, first of all, uh, especially when you deal with Colombia a little more so than Puerto Rico, uh, a lot of these places, the people that you see there now is people that they invited to the country. You know, the Spanish, the actual governments of those Spanish countries. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure the Dominicans was involved with that too. They offered, they had like they offered benefits to Europeans to move to their countries. And I'm talking about recently. We're talking about like the early 1900s, late 1800s, right? They brought these Europeans in to lighten up the country for the same reason that we was talking about, because they wanted to come into the international world, right, and not be seen as black, because the black countries was not getting no international respect. You know what I'm saying? But what it appears that you leaving out, right? Where you from, Divine Knowledge? Let's start from there. Where are you from, Divine Knowledge? Equal would just be a reflection instead of me saying born. No, no, no. Stop. Stop, 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 stop. Either you have to introduce me to the world, right, in which the supreme mathematics means something different. Like I said, like we started off dealing with, when you go into this world and they speak in, history, the way they use words, what I'm saying, may be different than if you go into physics. So maybe there's a world in which equality means reflection, or to be a reflection. But I don't know that. When you say equal, like I said, 1 plus 2 equals 3. So see, when I say one, right, plus two, right, equals 3, right, that means it's the same. It's balanced, right? Equality is balance. You telling me that the devil balances with God? Like you can born what you want to born, but you can't you can't change the meaning of supreme math. Roberto Clemente, man. How could I have forgotten Roberto Clemente, man? But y'all right about that. He another knowledge seed. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you look up and down baseball. You know what I'm saying? You got probably a couple hundred, black and brown seeds that, they got heritage in one of these, so-called Hispanic countries. But yeah, I'm still waiting on divine knowledge to tell me where he's from. No, if you was given the power to do something, you're not the boss. You supervise at best. You're saying the devil was given the power to rule the earth for a limited time. So during that time, wouldn't he be viewed as the divine one? No, not at all. It's not God. God doesn't come from him. He doesn't have nothing to do with God, man. You see, this is a you know we had a whole you didn't have the knowledge then, but we had a whole episode where that idea had to be destroyed. I mean, listen, don't forget how this started. I'm talking about this live, and when I first came on this live, and I showed and proved scientifically how the black man is God. No lessons, no granting of anything will ever negate the signs that I manifested. You know, Jason Rosario TV said it's really the Catholic Church that dominated the Latin American countries and started whitewashing. All right, that's it. I didn't particularly know about the Catholic Church's involvement with it. I had always thought it was a more uh, I had always thought it was a more government involved thing. FDJ Beach made a point. Nationality, you know, and we've been telling people this for years. That was that was one of the things that uh uh teaching the other the brothers that had that might be coming from the so-called Hispanic countries, in New York, we got Puerto Ricans and Dominicans. Other places they got Cubans, other places they got Mexicans, you know. But this thing, what you're saying right here about nationality and genetics, don't mean the same either. That was one of the ways that we used to get through to them. You know what I'm saying? To uh, when we was building about who we are, you know, is that, just because, you got Chinese people in Jamaica. Actually, you got Chinese people all over the world. It's talking about Chinese people. But if you say somebody is American, you could literally have any kind of person. You know what I'm saying? Black, white, Asian, whatever different categories you put people in. Well, now, so you probably don't recall the last time I built with you. I told you I was born in Costa Rica, North Central and South America, where before the Europeans showed up. All right, so you should know what I'm talking about. But this is what I'm saying. Wait, you said North Central, and so you saying you was in your family was in Costa Rica before the Europeans showed up? Because well, here's my question. You know what I mean? Uh, would you consider black people in America the descendants of the English, the British? Because it seems like that's what you're saying. That you leaving out that the basically you had the Portuguese, the Dutch, then the Spanish, then the French, then the British. In terms of in terms of uh, slavery. You know what I'm saying? And the history, you know, and I guess this is where we go. I can't me just ask the question, what different sciences you deal with, but you know, all of these different, European colonial powers, right? They uh brought slaves over here. You know what I'm saying? They bred slaves. They bred with the slaves to varying degrees. You know what I'm saying? And so that's why we see the multitude, or that's one of the reasons why we see the multitude of complexions. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, how would you explain uh what I say my man's name was? Ortiz, David Ortiz. How would you explain David Ortiz? You telling me that David Ortiz is descended from European Spaniards? I never looked at that angle, Jason Rosario. The Catholic Church plays a hidden hand in all the Latin countries pushing the white Jesus. Hmm. Yeah, I never looked at that angle. You said you meant to type, Taino. What was that? You said you meant to type, Taino. What was that? You said you meant to type, Taino. What was that? You said you meant to type, Taino. What was that? You said you meant to type, Taino. What was that? You said you meant to type, Taino. What was that? You said you meant to type, Taino. What was that? You said you meant to type, Taino. What was that? You said you meant to type, Taino. What was that? You said you meant to type, Taino. What was that? You said you meant to type, Taino. What was that? You said you meant to type, Taino. What was that? You said you meant to type, Taino. What was that? You said you meant to type, Taino. What was that? You said you meant to type, Taino. What was that? You said you meant to type, Taino. What was that? You said you meant to type, Taino. What was that? You said you meant to type, Taino. What was that? You said you meant to type, Taino. What was that? You said you meant to type, Taino. What was that? You said you meant to type, You're speaking about the offspring of the Spanish that went and stayed in these geographical areas. Now, here's what I can where I can understand what you're saying, and I don't know if this is what you mean. The the uh the power structure in a lot of these countries is really the descendants of the Spaniards. You know what I'm saying? You know, whenever either the Spanish granted them their freedom or they rebelled or whatever, it was the people who was you know, they was already at that level of status of working with the government, right? So in the same way, uh in America, George Washington, Benjamin, those are the people that was working with the government already. Those was the people who was in the British military, et cetera, et cetera. So when you're dealing with the people who became, you know, the first presidents, of these different countries, you know what I'm saying? Uh, they would be, yeah, those people are Spaniards. But when you're talking about the people, then nah, I disagree with you. Now you said actual facts, so you saying, hold on, is the are you saying the actual fact? Are you saying that you would consider black people in America British? Let me slow down with all the different. Let's focus in here. Hold on, let me put this this link in here, man. This is nuts. But is that what you're saying is actual facts? You just sit here. I draw up each letter. So I draw up each letter. I did that on my own when I first got math and alphabet. When waiting on getting 120, I counted up each letter, added them up, saw a significant or relationships. I don't know. It strikes me maybe it's something I'm missing. I mean, uh, the the I mean, to me, what you missing is the actual meaning of what born means. And when you say devil born's God, you know, first of all, you ascribing a tremendous amount of power when you do that to the English language. You know what I'm saying? Like if that was a universal science, right? And here's the question: I don't know what the answer is, but District 120, maybe you could do this real quick, right? What does Diablo born? So we got two questions on the table right now. Uh, we want to know from District 120, what does Diablo born, right? And divine knowledge, we want to know, do you consider black people in America British. Okay, so Diablo born is 43. So how you explain that difference? Like if this was a universal science, shouldn't Diablo born 52? What does Shaitan born? Like let's go through devil in every language. And if this is a universal science, it should born power, wisdom in every language. See, because I'm God in every language. And you know, I've been watching this side rally with Kimmy and 793rd for a minute. I just came into it too. Uh Kimmy, I think what he's saying is in the society, like when you like say you filling out a form, I think he's saying that there's no category that says black. They do this with gematria in Hebrew. Has anyone come up yet with Shaitan borns? So Shaitan born 72. Why are we getting all these different things if this is a universal science? Don't all those entities have different attributes? Nah. I mean, not to my knowledge, they are the devil. So let's stick to uh, you know, just the biblical. Let's stick to just the biblical. What is devil in French? And what is that born? What is devil in Germany? What is that born? Okay, so what does diabo born? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So let's just stick to the European languages. So Diablo born's 33. Diablo born's 43. Devil born's 52. If this is a universal science, then why is the difference? Now, Illuminati said in some language there is no devil. Hmm. I mean, possible. I don't know every language. You said, Divine Knowledge said, this is where the problem comes in. Black is the absence of color. Forget the labels the white man put on us. No, 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 no. I didn't say nothing about, all right. What do you could do you consider the so-called Africans in America to be British? That's the question. Now, we're not talking about in the math and the alphabet. What we doing is we going around and we borning all this stuff. Okay, so you don't consider the so-called Africans in America to be British. Why do you consider the so-called Africans in the Hispanic countries to be Spanish, to be Spaniards? We can keep going. What is devil in Austrian, Hungarian? Okay, so what you did is you made a generalization. That's I misunderstood you because you said that you don't consider the so-called Africans in the Hispanic countries to be descendants of the Spaniards. You know, see, for me, maybe that's what it is. You know what I mean? Because of my experience. See, sometimes happens, Shaheed Davis, sometimes what happens is you have your own kind of confirmation in your own mind. You know what I mean? So when you say Dominicans is me, you know what I'm saying? I don't know any Dominicans that's, Spaniards. The Dominicans that I know is original people. Now, I'm not saying that it's not none that's, so in German, is Tufel, and that born 69. So what happens, right? What happens when you go to one of these other places and you have to teach? Like, for instance, right now, we got the guy, uh, Infinite Mind, right? That he's going all around Mexico, Colombia, all of these places. So now we all got different mathematics now. Like when we building, how do we become one mind if the Spanish brothers is telling us that, or the so-called Hispanic brothers is telling us that, you know, devil born's 43, and we're saying devil born's 52. You see what I'm saying? It's not a universal science. I'm not saying that it's not nothing, just you going through that mental gymnastics. You know what I'm saying? And you might see something, you know what I'm saying? But I'm saying you can't put but so much weight into that. If you go to Japan, you gotta teach them that the black man's God in Japanese. But I would just say, probably just be a little more clear with that when you're speaking about when you're speaking about the brothers, if you're saying Dominican or Colombian or whatever, to just classify that everybody from that country as being descendants of the Spaniards. Mr. Spock. Mr. Spock said, are we using supreme mathematics and supreme alphabet to qualify things based on meaning or numerical value based on your choice? You might be adding when you should be subtracting and vice versa. Divine Knowledge said, I mean, the white people that went to these places and changed their nationality and put the label on the original people, their mindset. Put what label on the original people? What do you mean? District 120 said, I just saw something maybe when I draw it up in terms of how I got lessons in 120. The 52nd degree is the 6th degree and the 114 for me as to how I got it. And that degree talks about the devil teaches to keep our people illiterate. 52 is wide backwards. See, listen, man. I keep telling you, I told you before. Listen, if you break something down, you know, if you explain something and it becomes more complicated, you explain something, it should become simpler, man. So you're saying that the names of the countries, Dominican, Puerto Rican. Okay. Well, what kind of word you think Taino is? They not for nothing. Now it almost seems like both of these both of these conversations that I've been having right here, right? District 120 and divine knowledge is something where we just bumping up against the wall of the fact. See, Asiatic, where the word Asiatic come from? Like, listen, man, here's the bottom line. When we lost our language, right, we also lost our terms for everything. Like, even when you say Asiatic, right, people, you could just, let's say, let's look, let's stick with the Sumerian. Let's say it comes from Asu. Okay, Asiatic is a Europeanized version of Asu. Like, we always gonna bump up against that wall because when we lost our language, we also lost our terms. So whatever you call something now, you gotta understand that these words, right, represent an idea. That you can't sit down on the word chair. The word chair represents an idea of an object that you can sit on. See, y'all really going to the science of the idea, right? That the word is just there to manifest. Or are we just, going into these words and saying that, okay, like what is the, you saying there's no black. What is the idea when you say that? we could just define it by the Black's Law Dictionary. Which is always a question I had, right? Is people tell you that black means dead, but at the same time, this book was written by somebody named Black. So is that person dead? Is the knowledge in that book dead since black means dead? Just a question. I don't know. You said 85% of our people don't know or care that they're God. Okay. But see, our duty is to teach them. And, I don't know how you're going to teach, you know, Dominicans that they're the original man. I don't know how you're going to teach them that they God if you're teaching them that they're Europeans. Well, whatever it says, blacks, whatever it says in there, you know, uh, and maybe I'm off with saying that it means dead in the Black Law Dictionary. Whatever it says in there, uh, it's supposedly something that uh, you know, causes certain people to not want to be black. Okay, so divine knowledge. Let's go all the way back to the beginning now. I said that Trujillo, who was a dictator, taught them. Mr. Spock, yo, Mr. Spock, I got the next one coming. Uh, it's getting edited now. I got the next one. I got the next one coming. I got I got a couple coming, but that next one should be uh probably around the middle of January. And I got a couple of other ones I'm gonna throw in there. I mean, well, divine knowledge. You said that the we started off talking about the uh Haitian Revolution, and then we were speaking on the history of uh what happened after the revolution, and you brought up the history about how some of the brothers there uh went on to make deals with the Spanish and the French, and then they was able to come back and split the island and all these different things. And so I was only asking you, uh, are you speaking about the history that we see still playing itself out right now, right? Where between the uh, there's divisions between the so-called Haitians, the whole so-called Dominicans to this day. Hostility. You know what I'm saying? And then you started talking about the Dominicans are descendants of the Spanish, the Spaniards. See, I keep making that distinction between the Spanish and Spaniards because, just the colloquialism, you know, as colloquially, we used to call the Puerto Rican Spanish. But at the end of the day, I do realize the reality is that Spanish is a language. You know what I'm saying? And that those people that we colloquially refer to as that are original people. Okay, so now we back to okay. So you white Dominicans. What is the meaning of this? Okay, let's tie it all back in full circle. Full circle. Let's tie it all back in. What do the what do because we like I said we started off talking about the Haitian Revolution. So what do the white Dominicans have to do? Okay, uh, do you know like is there a white Dominican that you could give me an example of? You know what I'm saying? Like I gave you an example of uh, uh, Guerrero, uh, uh, what's his name? Big Poppy, David Ortiz. You know what I'm saying? I gave you examples of uh, black Dominicans, right? Could you give me an example of a white Dominican? They're from Spain and they changed their nationality. I mean, I'm not understanding. Like white Americans is from Europe too, and they changed their nationality to American. I'm not seeing the significance of that with the Haitian Revolution. Like we started off having, what I thought was a fruitful conversation about uh, whether we want to consider the Haitian Revolution to be successful. You know what I'm saying? And so to do that, we started talking about some of the history that occurred after that. So, Spanish people moving to the Dominican Republic. I mean, you got white Haitians too. You got white Americans, white Jamaicans. Paco Rabanne. Yeah, see, I don't know Paco. I never heard of him. What does he do? Is he a singer? He said in Black's Law Dictionary, colored means dead and not real, in unofficial status, this term was placed on us at one point and used lawfully. Black being dead according to science, I think they get that from elsewhere. Black don't mean dead according to science. You know, with science. Okay, so we got Paco Cologne, right? Now, how does Paco Cologne uh how does he fit in with the Haitian Revolution? Yeah, actually, for example, of a white Dominican. But look, uh, you know, Joe Biden is a white American. You know, uh, there's lots and lots of there's lots and lots of white people. You know, in our lessons, it tells us that there's a population of white people worldwide. Dominican and Puerto Ricans is nationalities. Yeah, that's Debbie, man. Please stop, man. He's gonna make me laugh right now. I'm trying to be serious, man. Or was that just another element of history that you was telling me in terms of, you know, you I mean, are you explaining to me European colonialism? Yeah, it's Rick James. It's Rick James time. You know, I gotta pay my what's the name. But I'm still deciding. I don't know. You know, I'm looking at Zoom. I don't know if I want to switch over to Zoom or I want to stay with StreamYard because you know, I start being a little issues over here. But as soon as I said I was going to switch over, then it started doing a little better. So um, Divine Knowledge said I work with a lot of them and have been to these places, so I know the mindset. No, Divine Knowledge, you are one of them. What are you talking about? You from Costa Rica, man. You are one of them. There's white Costa Ricans. What are you talking? Okay, man. We gotta stop. We got. you know, uh, before I started this, I felt like a fairly smart guy. You said you work with a lot of them and you have been to these places. Uh, if you're from Costa Rica, you are one of them. Okay. You're not Costa Rican. You got. I definitely respect that. But what I'm telling you is that look, man, don't disrespect the gods that's in those other countries as well. You know what I mean? Don't disrespect the gods that have, heritage that runs through Dominican Republic, heritage that runs through Puerto Rico, you know, uh, heritage that runs through Brazil, Colombia, et cetera, et cetera. But I'm just saying in terms of that explanation that you gave of Spaniards from Europe, moving to those countries and then putting labels on everything, they did that in Costa Rica too. So, how are you making this distinction? They don't see themselves as God. Okay, that's I can accept that. But because a person don't see themselves as God, that don't make them European. You know, like I said, look, Wesley Snipes. To my knowledge, I never heard about him seeing himself as God, but that wouldn't cause me to say that he's descended from Europeans. But this has been real. We got some new topics. I need to write that down. Because that's a mistake that I make. I be having ideas for I have ideas for shows sometimes, right? And then and whatever I'm doing, then I don't recall. You know what I'm saying? So I need to write that down. That idea that FDJ had about dealing with some ancient civilizations. You know what I'm saying? And what their contributions was to the civilization and situations that we deal with right now. Somebody else had an idea too, but I'm gonna try to. See, that's what happens, man, when you dealing with these new times. You know, I write things down in my phone, and then sometimes now I don't have a pen. I get it done, Pat. So we got Don Bishop. Don Bishop reaching out. He said here, if you go there, they will tell you to get out. I never said they were Europeans. If I go where to Dominican Republic, or if you go and tell them they're a God, they will tell you to get out. I mean, there's not, you know, Dominicans, they don't have a monopoly on that. You know, I know people that be kicked out of their house, came home, said they 5%ers, they don't eat this, they don't eat that, and their mom told them, "All right, you gotta get out. If you ain't doing that heathen shit in my house, you know, my house, my rules. You don't want to follow them, get out." So that's, you know. But what's the deal, Don Bishop? What you have to add on with
Peace.
us?
Peace. Nah, I don't know if y'all was missing my comments that I was putting in earlier. I know you was kind of behind on your truth. I was saying, my wisdom's mom's is Dominican. You know what I'm saying? And she black as hell. I mean, phenotypically black. Like her hue is really, really strong, dark. When I first met her in high school, I thought she was African when I saw her. But then when she spoke, I'm like, oh nah, you got a Spanish accent. You know what I'm saying? Or Latin accent. You know what I'm saying? She's Dominican. When my son was born, right, they made fun of my son because my son had a dark hue, right? This is the idea that these Dominicans have. Like they gravitate around light skinned children. You know what I'm saying? Like my wisdom's mom's, she's black as fuck. But her grandchildren who are light skinned, who can pass for white, they gravitate around them more than they do the dark skinned children. And like I said, this is the idea that was passed down to them. They wasn't born that way. This is the idea that was passed down to them. And like one of the gods put in the live, Dominicans and Haitians, they all occupy the same landmass of DR. And when I first went to DR, when I first got there, like you said, I was going by like what I saw on TV, Telemundo, and all that shit. I'm like, oh yeah, everybody in DR is all, they all look like white people because that's what I see on TV. But when I actually got there, when I first landed, right? When I first landed, and I'm going through the hood, and I'm like, yo, where the fuck am I? Africa? Look at all these fucking black motherfuckers around here. But they
Right,
won't say to you that they're black. They will fight you tooth and nail, and you be like, yo, you black? They'll look at you like, no, I'm not black. I'm Dominican. So that causes the separation, and it's the culture. Somebody, I forgot who it was, but somebody said it's not the color, it's the culture. And you're right. And like I also stated, which I think was deleted, which YouTube probably deleted, I said, yo, that's a jail mentality. When niggas go to jail and they do a bid, it's the first thing they do. You try to mob up with the gangs that's running the joint. I remember my brother, my middle brother, not my older brother, my middle brother. When this nigga went to jail, he was a 5%er. When he came home, this nigga talking about, oh, I'm 031. 031? What the fuck you talking about 031? You a blood now? But when he got to jail, there was no 5%ers there. Listen, there was no 5%ers there. There was only blood niggas there. So they was like, yo, nigga, either you gonna blood up with us or you already know what it is. So he blooded up with them because there was no 5%ers to mob up with. So that's that same jail mentality. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. You know what I'm
right,
saying? So these Dominicans, when they come to America, they like, all right, well, who's the ruling power or what's the ruling power? It's the Caucasian, the colored man. So I'm gonna identify with the colored man. Fuck these black, Afro, Asiatic, or African, Latina. I'm not down with that. I'm gonna, and like somebody else put in the chat on their status, they put when they put black, white, or other, they put other. They don't put black. They put other. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, that's that mentality that they have. I remember one time, real quick, because I'm not gonna take up a lot of time. Real quick, we went to a dinner for my wisdom's grandmoms, right? And she's dark skinned as well. And I remember if we had all the kids there and whatever, and we was all eating. And I remember her mom said something real critical to me. It went over my head at first, but she was like, "Yo, let's clean up the table. Because, the kids made a mess. She's like, yo, let's clean up the table. I don't want them thinking that we're black. I was like, what? You know what I'm saying?
Wait, at
So
a
she already,
restaurant, you said?
yeah, we was at a restaurant. We was at a restaurant. And the kids was making,
Ah,
kids
man.
was making a mess. Kids was making a mess. She was like, yo, let's clean. It was a Dominican restaurant. It was a Dominican restaurant. And her mom's is like, yo, let's clean up before the waitress get over here because I don't want them thinking that we're black. So in her mind, she's like, yo, black people are naturally messy. So because we are dark hue, I didn't want them to associate with us being black because we're dark hue. I want them to know, like, well, we're not black even though we're dark. We're Dominican. And I looked at that shit like, yo, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? But that's that determined idea that they weren't born with, but it was instilled in them, God. It's
Right.
not like Yakub. It's not like Yakub was born with a determined idea. That determined idea was instilled in them, in these Dominicans. And I seen that
I
shit
mean,
firsthand, God. Go ahead.
it's more out in the open. You know what I'm saying? But colorism is worldwide. You know what I'm saying?
Indeed. Indeed.
Colorism is, but with them, it's more blatant. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't hide it. You know what I'm saying? Hold on for 1 second. Let me divine knowledge. You said here that I call them gods. They only God if they recognize it. Well, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Allah Shasha. I'm talking about Hindu Islam. I'm talking about Mahadi. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about gods that have history in those countries. You know what I'm saying? And you know, you would be in for quite a conversation if you went into Allah Shasha and called him white.
Indeed.
I don't think you want to do that. But yeah, I'm talking about the gods, man. Don't say that, man. If they was on here right now, Infinite Mind, uh, uh, you know, Sunyas. These is all brothers that I don't think you want to call them white, man.
Right,
You know what I'm
right.
saying? You know, but if you want to try it, just let me know when you try it, man, because I want to film it. I want, I want to film. I want to film that one when you call La Sha Sha white to his face.
Indeed. But who was it on the live that said that black means the absence of color? Who said that? Who's that? That's the most asinine shit I heard. Black is the absence of color when all colors derive from black. So how can somebody say that black is the absence of color? I didn't understand that.
Well, that was divine knowledge. He said, I still don't get what he's saying. Okay, what are you saying, man? Like, hold up. You expect me to define what black is by what 85s who lack the knowledge say this?
Exactly.
I, I don't understand what you're saying. You're saying that they don't accept that they gods. Brothers in America don't accept that they gods. You know what I'm saying? Like, like I said, Wesley Snipes don't accept that he God.
I thought Wesley Snipes was a Nuwabian. I thought he was down with Dr. York though.
He could be. He could be. I don't know. But I know
Yeah.
I ain't never seen him at a rally. You know what I'm saying? I ain't never seen him building on no supreme mathematics. So I'm just going by that. You know what I'm saying? He
Nah.
may hit me tomorrow and be like, yo, God, why you play me, man? My name is Supreme University. You know what I'm saying? That could happen. I'm not saying that again.
nah.
But I'm just
Nah. West.
saying.
Nah. Yeah. Nah. West ain't. Nah. West ain't never broke down on knowledge like that. But I mean, like, I thought he was with the Nuwabians because I could have sworn I saw a joint like on when he came out with Blade, and I remember Bokeem Woodbine, right? Bokeem Woodbine was out there, and he was a part of the Nuwabian Nation. And I remember they say like, yeah, yo, Wesley is a part of the Nuwabian Nation with Polite and all of them. You know what I'm saying? So I wouldn't expect him to be, you know, on some 5% shit, but he had some type of knowledge to where he knew that the black man was the original man.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. But see, the thing you're doing, that's the wrong thing. Uh, uh, divine knowledge is you getting caught up in the separation. I know that people in their minds, whatever, they think it's a whole bunch of separation, man. But you gotta remember, man, that when they say, tell us why the devil called out people African, see, that's the same reason why the devil called out people Dominican. That's the same reason the devil
Right.
called out people Puerto Ricans. That's the same reason the devil called out people, all these other things. And we supposed to
Separation.
be uniting the seeds. We're not supposed to be falling in to this thing what you're doing now. So I'm not sure. You said I don't understand. I'm not getting what you mean. But what is it that you mean?
Separation.
You understand what I'm saying? Because see, we could get caught up in that. We could get caught up in that just from the other side of the street. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, like you got places where, look, across on that side of the street, that's another whole gang. We'll kill anybody we see over there.
Indeed.
You understand what I'm saying? Because we got that separation in our mind. We could find 1,000 reasons for it to be separation. But
Indeed.
that's the challenge. That's the challenge. Is to unite all the seeds.
United we stand, divided we fall. And that's a tactic that was implemented by the devil. Word.
But at any rate, we had this was a good live. We got a little bit wild at the end. But you know, everybody do the each one teach one. Hit the like button if you made it this far. If you're new to the channel, subscribe. You know what I'm saying?
Peace out here.
Make sure you share this on your other pages. You know what I'm saying? Your Facebook, your Twitter, Instagram, uh, uh, text messages, the Facebook groups, etc., etc. You know what I'm saying?
I got yo,
And
Darkim.
hmm,
I got two Earths that I'm building with on Instagram. I'm trying to get them to get onto the lives right now. I'm trying to ease them in because they kind of intimidated. But I told them it was Hotep. I said, yo, it's a Hotep channel, so relax. We're not gonna go, beast mode or whatever. So I got two Earths, Star Asia, and another Earth that I'm building with on Instagram that I'm giving an hours to or whatever. And I told them about your live, and I'm trying to
where's
get them to
Star
get on your
Asia?
lives, but they
Where's Star Asia?
Star Asia. She
Where's
from
Star
PA.
Asia from?
She from PA.
All right,
She a yellow seed. She a
because
yellow
I
seed.
grew up
She
with
from
a
PA.
Star Asia.
Yeah, Star Asia. She from
Mm,
PA. She a
all
yellow
right.
seed Puerto Rican. She a Puerto Rican. I've been building with her on the side. We exchange numbers and whatever. So I've been building with her. I'm trying to get her on another Earth that I was building with. I'm trying to get on because she said her enlightener. She said her enlightener was like he wasn't giving her the knowledge properly. Like she she told me that her enlightener said, "Yo, you supposed to knowledge 120 in 10 days." I said, "What?" I said, "You a grown woman with two kids and two jobs. How the fuck you gonna knowledge 120 in 10 days?" I said, "Nah, that's for the babies to knowledge that. That's for the babies. You can't knowledge 120 in 10 days, and you got two jobs and kids to worry about." So she was like, she felt intimidated, and she said that's why she put the knowledge to the side. She's like, I had to put that shit to the side, and I was doing things as an 85er, but she was like, I need somebody to build with me the right way. I said, yeah, like whoever's enlightening you, like he doesn't understand the science of pedagogy, and pedagogy is a science of teaching.
And
He
not just
doesn't.
that, but I mean, even I've heard some outstanding stories. You know what I'm saying? Like there was a brother that knowledge 120 in 2 weeks around the
Okay,
time when I got the knowledge. You know what I'm saying? In
but
fact,
y'all,
his name
but
was
y'all was young.
Darkim.
Y'all was young though.
Not just that, but nobody really liked him because he was like your cousin that always do everything right. Now you got a
Hmm.
cousin that he just a good dude. Like he just do everything right, and your mom is always saying like, "Yo, why can't you be more?"
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Actually, I was that dude. Actually, I was that dude.
But
I was that dude.
everybody, everybody, everybody got everybody got the last laugh though, because Barkim didn't keep 120. You understand what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
he had a remarkable, I heard somebody got it in like 2 days. You know what I'm saying? I heard some, but 10 days. This is kind of a ridiculous. That sounds a little bit like a setup. You know what I'm
exactly.
saying? Like you give somebody an impossible thing, you know what I'm saying? And then so now when they don't do it, now the penalty, you understand what I'm saying? For the
Yeah.
record, y'all, I'm about to say peace, but uh I'm watching this little side rally with Akemi and
I
793rd.
think.
So I'm gonna stay on for a while. I'm gonna stay
All right.
on for a while and watch the side rally develop.
I got my
This
money on
looks
793rd.
interesting.
I got my money on Bujan. I got my money on Bujan. Peace,
I
793rd.
haven't had a whole yeah, I just know that it's been going on for a minute, but I haven't been able to lock in and really pay attention. So I'm about to pay
793rd
attention.
got that knowledge right there, son. Peace to the God. Peace to the God, Bujan.
Peace.
Yo, peace, Darkim. I gotta get out of here, man. I got hardest working man. I gotta work double time now, cause my tenant can't pay his rent. So
Oh man.
yeah, you already know what it is, God.
Well, look at this way. We getting that stimulus check. Here we
Yo, that stimulus
here
check
we
only. Yo, man, that stimulus check only gonna cover the oil in my house, man. That's only gonna cover the oil. That ain't gonna cover the mortgage, man. So I gotta work. I gotta work double time now.
All right, look.
Peace, God. Peace.
Peace. Okay, now we get to this side rally. Get the side rally going. While I handle some things over here. What happened? As soon as I get into the side rally, now y'all stop. Uh-oh. It's getting real again, son. I got dislikes. I ain't getting no thumbs down in like a couple weeks, man. I was getting a little bit. I didn't know what happened. I ain't getting no dislikes since December 14th, man. I was about to say, man, where my haters at, man? You ain't showing me no love? My haters ain't showing me no love, man. But yeah, I got shit. Let me hold on. Let me see how many. Only one thumbs down? Come on, y'all could do better than that. Candy rolling, man.